All right, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? Late. Every time I'm walking down the streets, some pretty mama start breaking down on me, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. I can't walk these streets now, cause consolidate my mind. Some no good woman, she starts breaking down, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. Now you Saturday night women, you love to ape and clown. You don't do nothing but tear good man reputation down, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. Baby, 99 degrees. She jumped up and threw the pistol down on me. Stop breaking down. Please stop breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brain down. Woo, it'll make you lose your mind. I can't walk these streets, but at night, some pretty mama start breaking down with me, start breaking down. Please stop breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. All right, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? We got a super chat already. N8 Germ sends me $20. He says, for hand warmers, yeah, I'm going to need them. It's cold as hell tonight. It's going to be like 13 Fahrenheit here tonight. And I've got like a pretty inadequate heater in this building. Thank you very much for that super chat. The super chats are the life of this show. So if y'all want to help me out, support me and stuff, like, go ahead and shoot me one. I don't monetize these live streams. I just kind of, you know, I leave the ads off of them because YouTube usually content IDs them anyway and takes the ads or puts ads on them for me and takes all the money. It's time for a cigarette. Who's in the house tonight? Tone says, what's up, Ed? How you doing? Frank Morgendorfer says, good morning, Ed. Stephen Schuta says, howdy from frozen Colorado. Howdy from frozen South Carolina. He says, no coolers tonight on rum. Oh, yeah, I drank some rum in my time. Julian Santaguida says, what's up, party people? What's going up with you, Ed? Oh, I'll tell you what's up. Kind of weird stuff happening here in South Carolina right now. There have been, like, these weird, like, ice crystals falling from the sky. I'd never seen anything like that, but a few times in my life. But yeah, yeah, we got like an inch and a half of snow, something like that. Ice still all over the roads, and an inch and a half of snow in South Carolina is sufficient to make the entire goddamn town shut down. But I don't give a shit. Like I went out driving today, like I just about lost control of my car on a patch of ice. So yeah, that's That's how the past couple of days have been for me. Yeah, all the damn kids are out of school. My wife's home because she's a teacher, and yeah, the town is shut down. Let's see. Ron Swanson says, "Hey guys, what's up? How you doing there?" Steven Shooter says, "It's colder than a well digger's ass here at 6,200 feet. I bet it is. It's 13 Fahrenheit tonight for me. I've rarely ever seen it get that cold here." Jeffrey Albertson says, "What's up, party people? What's up, man?" Drake JDF says, "No need to refrigerate my beer here in the South." Yeah, we had quite a little snow event down here. Yeah, ashtray. Still haven't rectified my lighting situation either. like, is this internet like being silly? Is the internet connection? What's going on with this? Okay. Jeffrey Albertson says, "Usually cold here in Georgia was 2 degrees this morning, factoring in the wind chill." Ow. Elvira says, "Hi, Edward. What's up, Elvira?" Yago Oliveira says, "So cool. Appreciate that." Ron Swanson says, "How are you, brother?" "I'm doing pretty good." Music Blogger says, "I don't drink alcohol anymore. Coffee is my vice." See, I can't drink coffee. Like it fucking, I don't like the taste of it. But, I didn't drink caffeine for years, and I started drinking coffee for a while, and it was almost like doing a drug because I had no tolerance to caffeine, and I was like wired and stuff, you know. Almost like doing coke or something. Let's see. Ron Swanson says, "That new Robert Johnson video you made was great. Appreciate that. Hoping it would blow up like that last one." Let me check my settings real quick here for the output of this stream. Okay, 2000. We got that fixed. Julian Santaguida says, "You're dealing with crazy stuff on your side." So I'm, let's see. I was outside getting ready for my program. The weather was getting cold and warm. It's starting to feel like spring instead of winter. Then Ron Swanson says, "It's extremely warm here right now for this time of year. -4 Celsius tonight." So that's probably about maybe 25 Fahrenheit, possibly. Yeah. That's what it normally is here in the winter at night. Jason Luttrell says, "Was -4 in Michigan today." Yeah, it was something like that during the day here yesterday. Pat Benny says, "Not too cold here in Joshua Tree, but the humidity is 9%. Damn. Some California humidity there. Ron Swanson says, "Usually it's at least 20 degrees colder." Ron says, "Stream is fine." Cool. Music Blogger says, "I can drink coffee and go straight to bed." I can't do that. That's one of the reasons I quit drinking it again, because I couldn't sleep. Jeffrey Albertson says, "I do my coffee in an old school electric percolator. It comes out hot and strong." I was just drinking like instant shit. But coffee tastes like crap to me. I was just kind of like using it as like speed or something, you know. Yago Oliveira says, "I watched your video recommending 10 blues albums. Could you do a part 2? I'm new to blues." Yeah, I might have a part 2 coming up. Yeah, that last Robert Johnson video I put out is pretty decent. It's talking about his death and burial and what I think happened to him and stuff. Let's see. Music Blogger says, "Like this Robert Johnson video too. Very interesting. Appreciate that." Jason Luttrell says, "I really want to visit all 3 grave sites of Robert Johnson. I've seen one of them. I didn't go to the other 2. I saw the one that he's probably actually buried at the Little Zion Church." Daniel Delfino says Black Sabbath favorite song. Ooh, let me think. Sweet Leaf maybe, or Symptom of the Universe, like one of those, like, you know, not one of the hits, like one of the album cuts probably. My favorite record was Master Reality. That was the good album, like the best one at least. Steven Shooter says, yes, love the Robert Johnson video. The mystery keeps it fresh, I think. Yeah, it's kind of similar to like Jim Morrison's death. Like nobody knows exactly what happened. Probably never will. But there's a lot of like circumstantial evidence, and you can kind of make up an educated guess. Red Dude says, Ed, long time no see. How you been, man? Doing pretty good. Just up here in cold ass South Kakalaki. Jeffrey Albertson says, instant coffee is like Mr. Boston's vodka. Gets the job done, but the next day is hell. Yeah. Ron Swanson says, I'm used to cowboy coffee from all my work and play out in the bush, but a percolator doesn't make the best coffee. See, I wouldn't even know. Like, I go to Starbucks and I order, like, you know, the barista stuff, and just like, well, tastes like coffee, I guess. Dave says, I always enjoy your videos, which give us the history of the blues. I appreciate that. And Germ Grave says, hey, friend, what's up, man? I switched it up with the liquor tonight. I got myself a bottle of Cutty Sark. Like the damn, you know, the top of the line cheap scotch. 12 years old, it says, though. Still. You know this old piece of shit boat on here, like, still exists? You can visit that thing in Britain. It's, like, still in one piece. Cutty Sark. Let's try a shot here. Favorite liquor of Lyndon B. Johnson, apparently. He used to ride around with this stuff in his golf cart. Oh, they put a cork in it. Okay. Well, the good shit's always got a cork in it. Drake says, I purchased some Kentucky Cowboy coffee whiskey and it's damn good. I don't know if I could drink coffee liquor. I mean, I've had that damn Bailey's Irish cream stuff, but I don't really like sweet stuff too much. Yeah, I don't think this is the regular Cutty Sark. I don't think that's aged very much. This stuff is aged. It's 12 years old. It's a blended scotch. The best cheap scotch money can buy. All right, cheers, y'all, from the patented Ed Phillips Blue shot glass, available in the merch link below. It's 53 degrees in my building. That heater's working its ass off. That is not bad. That's not bad. B. Schmidt says, Cuddy's good stuff. Julian Santaguida says, the mystery of Robert Johnson about selling his soul to the devil is not a coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker. I prefer orange juice and oat milk, Edward. I was wondering if you could play You Gotta Move. Yeah, I can do that. Dude, on this old 100-year-old parlor guitar here. See how it sounds. cables. Tune this thing. You got to move, you got to move, you got to move, child, you got to move. When the Lord get ready, you got to move. You might be rich, you might be poor. You might be rich, child, you might be poor, but when the Lord getting ready, you got to move. You see that woman walking down the street. You see that policeman out on his beat. When the Lord getting ready, you got to move. You got to move, you got to move, you got to move, child, you got to move. When the Lord getting ready, you got to move. Got to move. That's an old ass traditional song, or what I remember of it at least. Kind of the version by old Mississippi Fred McDowell that the Rolling Stones covered at some point. Iago Oliveira says, no, is that it? Yeah, I pronounced that right, I think. Or Oliveira. He says, I'm trying to learn the finger style. Is there a specific Delta blues technique for finger style? New to guitar here. Well, with Delta blues, you usually don't alternate with your thumb. It's just kind of like one string the whole time. Just hitting the root note the entire time. That's the way Delta blues like generally works. Not always, but generally. Christy Bush says, cheers. What's up, Christy Bush? Ron Swanson says, hey, Christy, how are you tonight? B. Schmidt says, come on in my kitchen sounds similar to You Got to Move. I think he based Come On In My Kitchen on Sitting on Top of the World. That's about what melody it has to it. Let's see if I missed anything up here. Blind Dog Logan says, Blind Preacher Blues wife, and I went to Beale Street in Clarksdale, Crossroads, May 2023. Never be the same. Yeah, I went out there one time. I've been to the Delta. Played at a place called Ground Zero Blues Club in Clarksdale. It's like right next to the Delta Blues Museum. Ron Swanson says, watch the video, really well done. Talking about the Robert Johnson video I just did. He says, probably mothballs in the whiskey. Yeah. Back in the day, in the South, like bartenders used to take dissolved mothballs and poison people with it just to fuck with them. Like not to kill them and stuff. It would just give you like really bad stomach discomfort and make you sick. And he might have had like a stomach ulcer or something that got opened up. That might have been what killed him. T. Carey says, good evening. What's up? How you doing? George Ordway says, aloha from the Maine woods, finishing up alive. We'll be joining soon Monday, Tuesday morning. Had to be -12 this morning. -14. Ouch. Damn. It's going to be +14 here tonight. So, which for South Carolina is pretty damn cold. Says, I'll be multitasking with everyone here as I finish up the Jimmy Door. Jeffrey Albertson says, Ed, do you know Preaching Blues by Son House? Yeah, I can do that for you. Yeah. Chris says, pretty sure Taco Bell employees do that. Like poison you with mothballs. Yeah, I don't really eat at Taco Bell all that much. All right. I think we're tuned right. Where's my slide? Don't forget to hit that like button, that subscribe button, share this on your social media. All that helps me in the algorithm. Don't cost you nothing. Also, if you're feeling generous, shoot me a super chat. I would appreciate that a lot. Well, let's do a take 2 on that. I'd knock the string out of the bridge. That happens on this thing. I'm gonna find me religion, and I'm gonna join the Baptist church. I'm gonna find me religion, and I'm gonna join the Baptist church. I'm gonna be a Baptist preacher, so I don't have to work. You know, one deacon jumped up, and he began to grin. I said, you know, one deacon jumped up, and he began to grin. I said, you know, one thing, Elder, believe I go back to barrel housing again. Well, one sister jumped up, she began to shout. Well, one sister jumped up, she began to shout. Well, you know, I'm so glad that it's the corn liquor's going out. Another deacon jumped up, said, why don't you hush? Well, another deacon jumped up, why don't you hush? Well, you know your drains corn liquor, when your wine's a horrible scourge. Well, I was in the pulpit jumping up and down. Well, I was in the pulpit, and I was jumping up and down. With my sisters in the corner, Howlin and Alabama bound. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase, baby, then I took all down the road. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase, and I took off down the road. I said, farewell, church. May the good Lord bless your soul. Now I wish I had heaven on my own. Now I wish I had heaven on my own. Give all my women a good old happy home. I'm gonna chew my seed, find my seat and sit down. I'm gonna choose my seat, find my seat and sit down. But when the spirit comes in, I want you to jump up and down. All right, Son House. Preaching blues. There we go. Ron Swanson says, Hoolie, it's a good story. Lots of spin-off songs based around the Robert Johnson story, especially The Miss. Oh yeah, I mean, he what little we know of his life, like, is pretty damn interesting. He was an interesting guy. Stephen Shute says, I struggle with alternate tunings to stay with. Which is your go-to? Well, it kind of depends on what the song calls for. You know, open tunings are good for slide. I usually use open D and open G for slide. Other than that, you know, I usually play in standard. I don't do a lot of, like, you know, dad-gad and stuff like that. Ron Swanson says, Julian, I read that. Tim Gagan's music says, do you know Can't Be Satisfied by Muddy Waters? That's a fun one to play. I don't know the lyrics to it. Let's see here. Banjo Boy says, I share the Alberta weather. It feels about like Canada right now. South Carolina, it's cold as hell. Still snow on the ground. Ron says, there's a Coulter Wall song named The Devil Wore a Suit and Tie, based on the idea that he would sell his soul at the crossroads. I should probably do a video about that whole crossroads myth. I was planning on doing that a couple of years back, and I didn't get around to it. Ron says, BC weather has been unbelievably good. Banjo Boy says, happy golden age. Yeah. The new golden age has begun in America. Yeah, I watched that the other day, like the inauguration and all that. Talk about a room full of damn geriatrics like this. Let me see. Ron says, I love the buckskin. I appreciate that. Yeah, I got this thing from my dad, actually. He won this at a turkey shoot. Banjo Boy says, what would Ted Nugent do? Oh, Ted Nugent's probably like whacking himself off right now because Trump has just been inaugurated. Riley Lonely says, You wouldn't happen to know the Jitterbug Swing by Booker White? I don't know that one, unfortunately. Ron Swanson says, glad to see you back, T. Carey. T. Carey says, thank you, Ron Swanson. Joe says, freezing in Florida. Name is cold in Florida, too. Shit. It hasn't snowed here in probably 15 years. And yeah, we finally got some snow yesterday. And yeah, I went out driving today, and I was having to drive over, like, ice patches and stuff. And one time, like, I started slipping. Almost lost control of the damn car. Banjo Boy says, was Robert Johnson part of the 27 Club? Yeah. It's believed that he was 27 when he died. His death certificate says 26. He was probably actually 27. Ron says, I kind of like the idea that he died playing a banjo that night. It would be so strange if that were true. Yeah, the lady that, I guess she was processing the death certificate or something like that. She wrote a blurb on the back. It says, yeah, this man came to town and played the banjo at a dance. Like, I don't know, I don't know how they ascertained that he was playing a banjo, but might have been playing a banjo the night he died. Mr. Night Owl and Co says, evening all, good to see everyone again this week. Well, what's up? How you doing? Ron Swanson says, yeah, laughing my ass off, but Banjo Boy says Michelle Obama didn't come. Yeah, I don't think any of the wives were there. Were they? Well, Biden's wife was there. Did y'all see Ivanka? Like, no, Melania. Melania, Trump's wife. She looked like fucking Clint Eastwood, man. Like the way she was dressed with that hat and stuff. The Blues Rocker says, my old lady said that she was cutting me off, but she don't know where I've been getting it. Yeah, keep that shit hid, man. Julian Santa Guida says, I'm a standard guy. Always wanted to try different guitar tunings. You shouldn't do that, Edward. Yes, Robert Johnson was part of the 27 Club. He says, you should do that, Edward. Talking about alternate guitar tunings. Yeah, I've always pretty much stuck with standard unless I'm playing slide. There's a weird thing I do with my Gretsch. Sometimes I'll tune the B string down, and then I'll bend the string behind the bridge to kind of make it like a steel guitar, like something you can do with like guitars with a lot of string behind the bridge. Let's see. Marcus Stauffer says, do you know who supposedly told Robert Johnson to go to the Crossroads? I heard it was another blues player, but never heard the name. So I don't even know if there's any truth to the Crossroads myth, actually. If somebody told him to go there, I haven't heard who it was. Pat Benny says, the Crossroad myth can be traced to West African religion. But it also comes from Dr. Faust, you know, the German alchemist back in about 500 years ago. He apparently went to a crossroads, summoned the devil, and sold his soul to him for magical powers and stuff. Is the Faustian bargain, if you've ever heard of that. Riley Lonely says, I'd rather go out playing a banjo if nothing else. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've had people that wanted to kill me while I was playing banjo. Lumpy says, when Teddy whips it out, there ain't no doubt. Talking about Ted Nugent. Joe says, she's a honey. Ron Swanson says, they don't close the roads here for anything. They could have a foot of snow on the highway and traffic still moves through. Oh, not here, man. Like, we had like 1.5 inches of snow. The whole damn town's like freaking out. All the bread and milk goes missing from the stores and all that stuff. Some guy says, piccolo players used to have a short life expectancy. Too much blowing, maybe. I don't know. Blues Rocker says, my guitar tech has both my guitars down to an Epiphone acoustic. I was never a big fan of like Gibson style acoustics, which a lot of Epiphones are. Like I'm more of a Martin guy. Banjo Boy says, "Can you demonstrate how to bend the string?" I don't have the right kind of guitar on me. Like if you got a guitar that's got, you know, like an arch top with a lot of string behind the bridge going to the tailpiece, you can actually tune that string down, the B string down a little bit, and kind of use it like a B bender. You can put your hand back there and go wow wow, kind of make it sound like a steel guitar. I have the Gretsch one of these days. I might show y'all how to do that. Charles says, I like Hard Time Killing Floor, open minor tuning. Love your rendition. I appreciate that. Might play that a little bit later. Yeah, that's one of the weirder tunings, in blues at least. Yeah, the open minor tuning that Skip James used. Blues Rocker says, Son House or John Lee Hooker? It's kind of, well, that's two totally different ball games right there, really. We got one guy that's electric and one guy that's like old country acoustic blues playing. I don't know if I could pick between those two. Ron Swanson sends me Canadian $6.99. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. The super chats are the life of the show, and I do appreciate those. Marvin Davis says, "Hey Ed, play Elvin Bishop Traveling Shoes." I don't think I know that one. Banjo Boy says, "No snow tires in the South." Yeah, my tires aren't snow tires apparently, because I slipped on that damn ice. Blues Rocker says, "PRS tonight." Yeah. Got the Paul Reed Smith, just like the one Robert Johnson used to play. Ron says, "Hey Ed, would you please play Smells Like Fish?" Okay, yeah, that's an old Piedmont song by Blind Boy Fuller. I'll do that. Do a little finger picking, then I'll play Skip James too. Actually getting kind of hot. Shit.
What's that smell like fish, Mama? Fruity, really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, Mama? Fruity, really wanna know. Smell like pudding and it ain't no pie. Well, it's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. Well, what's that smell like fish, Mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, Mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, Mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same thing that you choked the other man. Well, what's that smell like fish, Mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, Mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, Mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. It'll make you weep and it'll make you moan. It's the same damn thing made me leave my home. Well, what's that smell like fish, Mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's What's that smell like fish, mama booty? You really wanna know? What's that smell like fish, mama booty? You really wanna know? Smell like pudding and there ain't no power. It's the same damn thing, you know you have to try. What's that smell like fish, mama booty? You really wanna know? Booty, you really wanna know?
All right, a little bit of Skip James. Let me see here. Get a capo for this. Had one.
Well, these hard times are here, everywhere you go. Well, times are harder than ever been before. You know these people are drifting from door to door. Well, you can't find no heaven on their way they go. People, if I ever get off and it's so killing flow, you know I never get down this low no more. When you hear me singing this old lonesome song, you know these hard times can't last so long. You know you say you had money, but you better be strong. All these hard times will kill you, to drag on slow.
Not much Reese on this motherfucker here, I'll tell you that. That's some Skip James there, done in a minor tuning from the Bentonia School of Delta Blues playing. And what we got a super chat from Charles for $10. He says, sounds great. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. Banjo Boy says, warm up those fingers. Julian Santaguida says, I think how Robert Johnson did it when he went to the crossroads at midnight and waited for the devil to appear to tune his guitar. I saw that in the documentary. Yeah, I don't put a lot of stock in that whole myth. He apparently went out and learned from some guy in Arkansas named Ike Zimmerman. It's an undocumented blues player. Guy taught him how to play some stuff, and he came back to town and knew how to play really well, and people were like, damn, how'd you learn that? And Michael Thompson says, what's up, Ed? I'm doing pretty good. A little chilly. String Bender says, nice thumb picking, Ed. I appreciate that. George Ordway says, fun song. Frank Morgendorfer says that a crossroads after midnight on a full moon, the veil between worlds is thin according to European folklore. Don't go there, Ed. Right. Yeah, it goes back to the old Faustian myth, you know, like the Dr. Faust thing. George Ordway says, half moon tonight. Yeah, I believe it is. Rad Dude says, did you get any of that big hurricane? You talking about the one a few months ago? I got some of one of them. It like knocked power out in the whole town for like 2 weeks. Like I got lucky, mine was out like a couple days. Knocked a bunch of trees down. Ron says, thanks, Ed, those old dirty blue songs. Vital Bigra says, best strings for resonator guitar? I use Martin mediums. Just regular Martin medium acoustic strings. They do make like nickel strings for resonators you can buy. I bought them before. Ron Swanson says, good on you, man. Talking to Charles. Blues Rocker says, $10, so you should say cheers and do a shot. We'll do another shot in just a second. Read a few of these chats. Blues Rocker says, how does a capo work? Played over 40 years and never used one. Well, see, I grew up playing bluegrass, and they used them a lot. It just, you know, raises the key of the guitar, and you can still play like regular chords, but in a higher key. You just kind of, you know, put it somewhere on the neck, and you can still do like a G chord and a C chord, like that. But I don't think a lot of the old like country blues guys were using capos. I'm not quite sure. I think they were just tuning their guitars up. Let's see. Banjo Boy says, capo to sing in your range. Which blues singer used falsetto? Let's see. Falsetto. Skip James sung in falsetto a lot. Tommy Johnson sung falsetto. It's about all he did. Or, well, he would throw it in there, you know. Ron Swanson says it changes the key, talking about a capo, yeah. Changes the key on the guitar. Let's see. Charles says, yeah, man. Vigar Olek says, cheers. What's up, man? How you doing? Blind Dog Logan says, Blind Preacher Blues, tuned to minor. Shit, I'm not sure. I'd have to listen to it one good time. Toy Flan says, what happened to Ike Zimmerman then? I don't know if we know too much about the guy. Like, that name popped up when somebody was talking about who Robert Johnson learned from. He never made it onto record, but he was some guy out in Arkansas, apparently. Sean Arson says, top of the evening, folks. What's up, man? I'm gonna get me a beer here real quick. All right. Still got a couple of Hefeweizens left. Hefeweizen, right? George Ordway says, after I got done as the stage sound manager, I was asked to perform in Pirates of Penzance musical. Went in to see my part, and the Met opera director had me go through chords, full voice form. Talking about like singing chords. Shit. Let's see. So we got the proper Hefeweizen glassware here, the real tall glass. And since this is the only beer on earth where you actually want the yeast in there, you just take it and shake it around and pour in the yeast. Supposed to be a springtime beer, but I'm drinking it for winter here. Oh yeah, wunderbar, wunderbar. George Ordway says bass to tenor. Full voice form. Damn, had me go through chords singing. Damn, yeah, I don't think my range could do that. Like I'm like a high baritone basically. Sean Arson says Blind Willie McTell's singing some high notes. Yeah, he had a high voice in general. I think he might have been a tenor. Toy Flan says this channel makes me want to drive over to Clarksdale. Yeah, that's a fun place. If you want to see all that that blues history and stuff. And then, about an hour away, you can go to Memphis and hang out there too. We stayed at this place called the Shack Up Inn. It's like a hotel in Clarksdale, and they took these old like farmhouses or from plantations and and turned them into rooms you can stay in. George Ordway says he needed bass, so that's what I did as a Keystone Cop. So you played a Keystone Cop in like a play and sang the bass. Damn. Set up by Marshall says Heffy for the win. Man, I didn't do a good pour. The damn head went away. Banjo Boy says rip Peter Yarrow. Julian Santaguida says, I didn't think so. I did see Hank Williams using one. I think that's more Johnny Cash using the capo on than the older country artists. Yeah, they used them in bluegrass all the time, like when I was growing up. And these Kaiser capos are mostly what they used. But I mean, capos go way back. A lot of flamenco guys use them on the 3rd fret. Like they make them for classical guitars. What's the best dark sounding open slide tuning? I'm currently tuned to drop D flat. Probably that minor tuning. Which I mean, well, that wouldn't be good for slide, but yeah. Like probably open D, open E. That's you can make that sound pretty dark with a slide. Kind of meaner sounding than open G. Set up by Marshall says when ordering a Heffa at a pub, be sure to ask if you can roll the keg for a few minutes. Is that a thing? Ron says good idea. Banjo Boy says Prost. Frank Morgendorfer says put a slice of lemon in that Weiss beer. I was never a big fan of that. I never liked putting oranges in my white beers and stuff like that, and the lime in the fucking cerveza. I never did that. Stephen Shooter says I think in regards to Johnson's return playing so well, he probably hooked up with several unknowns. And the magic happened as far as people not ever hearing all those new unknown licks. Yeah, I mean, like Son House knew him, and he said, yeah, when he was like a kid, he was just like making a bunch of racket and pissing people off everywhere he played, and then he disappeared for a while and left his parents and came back, and he could play really good. And apparently the story is he hooked up with a guy named Ike Zimmerman and learned from him. So apparently, like, the devil's name is Ike Zimmerman. Backyard Bananas QLD says, warm the glass up, brother. This thing is pretty cold. And Jason Morris says, thank you. You're welcome. Set up by Marshall says, thoughts on Jeff Beck's white Strat selling for 800,000 pounds. And the Oxblood for 1.3 million pounds. Well, I mean, a Jeff Beck guitar, that's about right for, today's prices. I mean, you get a guitar by Hendrix or Clapton or somebody like that. Yeah, it's probably going to go for $1 million or something like that. And Backyard Banana says it's best a bit tepid. Talking about the Hefeweizen. Yeah, it should probably be a little warmer actually. You don't get the full flavor profile. Joe says, do any alternate tunings use standard chord patterns? I can't think of any examples of that. You probably get some dissonance. Jason Morris says, I play a 1992 Fender Strat and a 1983 Ibanez Artist. Yeah, I got a bunch of Strats. I don't own an Ibanez. And I got at least 3 Stratocasters. That's the main guitar I played for a long time. Then I started playing Gibsons more. Banjo Boy says a capo with low action and some buzz is acceptable for some flamenco songs. Yeah, them flamenco guys like to put a capo on the 3rd fret for some reason. Guess it like gives it more attack or something maybe. Well, let's get a shot in here. Banjo Boy says, have you ever played a Rickenbacker? I played a Rickenbacker bass. I've got a genuine counterfeit Rickenbacker 12-string in my house that some guy gave to me. He bought what he thought was a 12-string Rickenbacker, like the Beatles played. And he was like, there's something off with this damn thing, man. Could you check it out? Maybe set it up a little bit for me? And I looked it over and I figured out that it was a Chinese counterfeit. And it says made in USA right on the headstock too. But he, after I told him that, he just left it down here and I got it now. But anyway, what do y'all think here? Rebel Small Batch Reserve Kentucky Bourbon, which I think tastes a little bit too much like Jack Daniels for my taste, but it's pretty strong stuff. 55% alcohol, 110 proof. This or the Cutty Sark? What do y'all think? Cutty Sark Scotch, 12 years old. Y'all tell me. Let's see what we got here. George Ordway says, Ed, did you take lessons to start? What did you do to get so damn good? Well, my dad got me started when I was like probably 9 or 10, and I just kind of went from there. So I'm mostly self-taught. I never had like formal lessons or anything. Just practiced a lot. I sucked at video games. I didn't have any hobbies. I wasn't into comic books or anything like that. And I just played guitar a lot. Practice, practice, practice. Ron Swanson says, the moral of the story when it comes to Robert Johnson is don't mess with another man's wife. Yeah, yep. I'm guilty of that. But I didn't get poisoned, so. Let's see. Mr. Night Owl and Co. says, yes, Joe, you can tune down to another standard tuning besides E. You can tune down to D standard, C standard, so on. Yeah. Yeah, like for most of these blues songs, I'm in open D, but I'll use a capo to raise the key. Set up by Marshall says, my number one is a Strat. I just finished putting one together, Olympic white, to somewhat honor Jeff Beck. That's cool. I got a white one in the house. This is more like kind of closer to like the one Hendrix was using, the Woodstock. It's got the maple fretboard, but it's got a humbucker in it. Backyard Bananas says, what's the best cleaning product to clean a guitar with? Well, I just use a damp rag, honestly. I'm sure there's some stuff out there you can buy. I just take a damp rag. Sean Arson says, as far as that old tale, I can tell you, I've been to crossroads, graveyards, old railroad tracks, all kinds of strange shit. Never yet has the old devil shown up yet. Let's see. Andrew Wright says a Strat guy here too. Mexican Fender 2003 go-to guitar. Did a recrown last winter. That's about the year my Mexican Strat is. About 2002 or something like that, probably. Ron votes for Scotch. Dudley Squat says one of each. Julian Santaguida says those bass guitars are so cool. Paul McCartney used those basses. I'll go for the left bottle. What did I have on the left? Well, my right was a Cuddy Sark. Yeah, the Rickenbacker bass like kind of has its own sound. It's like a signature sound. You know, it's like what Lemmy Kilmister played and Paul McCartney played one for a long time. Mr. Night Owl votes for Scotch. Looks like Scott's going to win this one. Set up by Marshall says, I know nothing about whiskey aside from I puked the one time I drank some. It'll do that to you. Banjo Boy says, I wonder if a made in China matters. It could be fun or inspiring. Hey, I mean, a lot of awesome guitars are made in China these days. You know, they've got the benefit of CNC machines now. They're not relying on people handcrafting guitars like they used to, even in America. And they can make some pretty damn good guitars in China now. Like this guy right here is made in Korea. I've got several Chinese guitars. All right, let's pour a shot here. God damn it. You're dropping stuff. George Ordway says lessons from your dad. Awesome. Yeah, he played. He taught me on that damn Les Paul that I bring out sometimes. Now, that was like barely big enough to hold the damn heavy thing, you know, Gibson Les Paul from the 70s. All right, here we go. Cheers from the patented Ed Phillips shot glass with my ass sitting on there playing guitar. That's actually pretty smooth stuff. I kind of avoided Cuddy Sark for a long time because it's kind of like the more bottom shelf type stuff. But that's actually pretty good. Let's see. A Banjo Boy says, what made Eddie Van Halen's guitar so unique? Well, he was into fret tapping. Like that had been done before, but he kind of brought that to a new level, and it like really influenced all those guys in the 80s. He was really inventive with his stuff. Mr. Night Owl says, water is best for fingerboards. Oil pushes the frets out. Yeah, I've rarely ever oiled a fretboard before. Like, I'll clean stuff off of them with just a wet rag. Backyard Banana says, cheers, I'll use water. Appreciate that, makes sense. Stephen Schutte voted for Scotch. Joe voted for Scotch. Set up by Marshall says, a guitar could cost $40 or $40,000. If it's set up right, it's priceless. Yeah, I mean, like, you can take a cheap guitar and make it sound good if you make it, like, nice and playable. Yeah, it just kind of depends on the action and all that good stuff. George Ordway says, I think it was his fingering, talking about Eddie Van Halen. Yeah, that fret tapping and stuff. He just had like a totally unique style. Pat Benny says, I lived in Fullerton, California for years. I applied for work at Fender twice a year and never got in. And yeah, I'd like to work at Fender. That'd be cool. Set up by Marshall says, Ed has merch here. Some nice shot glasses. Yeah, I got a t-shirt and a shot glass for sale. Ron Swanson says, he had the hottest pickups in history. Yeah, I don't know what kind of pickup Van Halen was using. he had he had that Frankenstein guitar. I think it was like a Charville or something like that, and he just like kind of put random shit on there. Like, and he would actually put stuff that didn't work on it to fool people. Like, people wanted to copy him and stuff. He put like a switch on there that didn't work and all kind of weird shit. George Ordway says, plus Eddie kept the back plate off. Yeah, like any kind of whammy bar guitar, like I'll always like remove the back plate. Yeah, no need for it. Steven Shuda says, getting messed up on this rum tonight a lot faster than my go-to Coors. Yeah. Rum's got a little more kick to it than Coors Banquet. Gary Toner says, what do you think of Wild Turkey 101? Just seen a review praising it as a good value. Let's see. The last time I drank Wild Turkey was probably about 20 years ago, and my lawyer says I can't talk about that. But, I mean, it's just a decent bourbon and stuff. I don't drink it much. I thought about buying someone like the last time I was at the liquor store, but and bringing it on the show. Set up by Marshall says, Eddie had a specific number of raps on his pickups, very specific numbers. He was kind of a tone chaser. He was a stickler about different things, like as far as like the amps he used and all that stuff. Probably had like a heavily wound pickup, like with a lot of raps on it. He played pretty hot. Steven Schutte says, Eddie used pickups from a vintage ES 335. Talking about like on his old guitars, like back in the 80s. Dennis Troy says 56 watching, 50 thumbs up. Cool. Yeah, y'all hit that like button, that thumbs up button, share this on your social media. Help me out in the algorithm. Lets more people see this. Charles says, do you like the smoky, peaty Isla Scotch? Got to be in the mood, but can be tasty. Ron Swanson said no about Lagavulin. There's one I like called Lafroig. It's very peaty. It's an Islay Scotch, and sometimes I'll buy it like just to troll my friends. Like, hey, try some of this shit, man. Like, it never fails. They hate it, but it's good stuff. It's just very smoky. It's like drinking a damn side of bacon or something. And Banjo Boy says, a Frankenstein guitar. Thanks for the discussion. I believe they have that guitar at the Smithsonian, or that's the last place I saw it. Yeah, the Frankenstein guitar. Dennis Troy says, like. George Ordway says, how much snow did you get? My brother in Pensacola had 10 inches while still coming down. 10 inches in Pensacola, Florida. Jesus. No, we only got like an inch and a half. That's crazy. Like Florida getting more snow than us. And David, let's see, David Ziepenhiller says Islay is the best. Yeah, the Islay Scotch. Very, very smoky stuff. Daniel Terrebonne sends me $4.99. He says, please play Time off the new album. All right, I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. I'll play that for you. Let's see. You want to hear it like on like off of the record, or you want me to try to play it like on acoustic here? Ron Swanson says, Randy Rhoads or Eddie Van Halen? I'd say Eddie Van Halen. I was named after him. That's the reason my name is Edward. my dad told me that too. I don't know if I could get the damn lyrics right the time if I sang it live. Like I might play it off the record for you. He says, however you want to do it. All right, yeah, I'll play the record. Julian Santa Guida says, I know Eddie Van Halen IT is a shame. It is a shame that he is no longer with us, and he was a guitar god. Van Halen did have a lot of great songs, and David Lee Roth was a good singer. Rip Eddie Van Halen. They're a damn good band, yeah. Wish I'd kind of learned more of his stuff. Like, I learned a little bit of his shit. Yeah. Let me play y'all one off the new album. Came out like a couple of months ago. Okay, by request, Time, the opening track on my my recent album that came out, my electric album. Stratocaster, obviously. Night Owl says, I'm in Metro Detroit. We haven't had 10 inches of snow all year. Just record cold, but Florida's getting a blizzard. Yeah, that's crazy, ain't it? Hey, Detroit, good music town, man. Got Motown and all that stuff up there. John Lee Hooker worked out of there. Banjo Boy says, aren't you supposed to only drink JD, Jack Daniels? No, I don't ever buy Jack Daniels. Like, sometimes I'll buy Gentleman Jack. Gary Toner says Glen Meringue is a good middle of the road single malt scotch. I've had that before. Yeah, Glen Meringue. Yeah. Set up by Marshall says, I like Randy. He left us before he had a chance to give Eddie a run for his money. Yeah, he was kind of classically influenced. Good old Randy Rhoads. I had to learn that damn Crazy Train solo for a band one time, and I've forgotten it now. Set up, put a link to the new album. Yes, it's downloadable right now. I'm looking to get a CD out. You can buy physical copies, but right now it's downloadable. Daniel Terrebonne said, we got 2 feet of snow in New Orleans. God damn. It snowed like that here about 15 years ago. That was the last time it did that here. We got 1.5 inches. A lighter.
Time goes too fast when you're trying to say goodbye, but it goes so slow when you're grieving at that time.
Banjo Boy says, I hear the Stevie influence. Another that went too soon. Yeah, there is some Stevie influence on this record, yeah. I played all the instruments on here. You can kind of tell with the drums, my shitty drumming. I think that the chick from the White Stripes probably influenced my drumming. Just a 3-piece setup, you know. Yeah, 2 feet of snow in New Orleans. I didn't think it was physically possible for it to snow in New Orleans. Damn. Man and Machine says, Ed, do you know Whorehouse Blues by Motorhead? I've heard it before. I don't know it, but I have heard Lemmy do that. Yep. Julian Santaguida says, Ed, would you rather play Jump or Jamie's Crying? Which of these Van Halen songs would you like to learn to play? Probably Jamie's Crying.
Ain't nobody got that much to spend.
yeah, there's a song off the new album I put out recently. It's called Time. The album is called If the Creek Don't Rise. George Ordway says, how is the physical medium coming? Yeah, I'm getting that planned out. Like, I might have a way I can, sign some copies, like if people want that and stuff like that. I'm trying to find like a good online CD printing service. Banjo Boy says, God damn, you got my snow. Set Up by Marshall says, I was wondering if we could, if we were going to have to watch you rub a couple of sticks together. Yeah, I don't know how cool it's going to get in here tonight. But outside is supposed to get down to like 13 Fahrenheit. George Ordway says, synth drums? No, those were real. That's me playing them. Like, very, very mediocre drummer I am. I'm not like Keith Moon or nothing. Yes, that drum set right there behind me. Robert Stotts says, Any Wonder, Lay Down and Die, straight bangers, solid album, best of the year. Been playing to it regular, true player, respect. I appreciate that, man. Glad you're enjoying the record. Mr. Night Owl says, more snow in New Orleans than Detroit. What the fuck is up in the world? Yeah. I don't know if they've ever had snow in New Orleans. Like that's a warm part of the country down there. Set Up by Marshall says, astonishing. We've had almost zero snow this year in the Northwest. Very strange winter. Yeah. I mean, it hardly ever snows in South Carolina. Like we had like a real deep snow about like that, maybe probably 15 years ago. Big blizzard. That was about it. Usually, like if it does snow, like it won't accumulate, or it'll sleet and stuff like that. Gary Toner says, great budget blues recording that would make John Mayall proud. Yeah, I hope I was as good as John Mayall. Yeah, I did a DIY job on it, fucking punk rock, man, right? I do have somewhat of a home studio. And, I insisted on using real drums, and I played them. Banjo Boy says, you're welcome. We used to have the Edmonton Eskimos. Now they've been renamed the Elks for political reasons. Yeah, we got a little bit of that here in the U.S. I think the Redskins got renamed, didn't they? Like the football team. I don't follow football, but what are they called now? The Washington Generals or something? Daniel Terrebonne says, not since 1895 have we had this much snow. Damn. Y'all have fun with that. yeah. These places like where I live and down there in New Orleans, I'm sure, they're not used to snow. Like, we got the Canadian guys in here, like they get snow all the time. We kind of freak out when it happens down here. Like we can't drive in it. We don't have snow plows and none of that shit. See, Man and Machine says, did you teach yourself to play all the instruments you can play? Yeah, self-taught on pretty much everything. Yeah, I didn't have no formal lessons for nothing. Set Up by Marshall says, we usually have 2 feet of snow on the ground from Halloween Day until Cinco de Mayo. Shit. It's like a rare occurrence around here. Like it starts snowing, you're like, God damn, look at that. There's fucking ice crystals falling from the sky. The fucking world is ending. Julian Santaguida says, Edward, you should look for some YouTube videos to learn how to play Jamie's Crying so you can try playing it for your live streams. I wonder if I can pull it out of my head and play a little bit of it. I don't know. Probably not. The Van Halen's pretty fucked up. Something like that, ain't it? I don't know. Let me see if I can hit Cathedral. Got to get some delay here. It's too fast. Too fast. That's too slow. Hang on. See if I can do it. Ah! Well, halfway know it. Anyway. Let's see. Music Blogger says, as a guitar player, how hard was it for you to learn bass? Not hard at all, actually. In fact, if you start a band, you might be teaching your bass player half the time. But I used to play with a pick like all the time on the bass, and then I learned how to play with my fingers. That's a little bit harder, but it's not that hard if you already play guitar. Just, kind of tears your fingers up more. You got to build like bigger calluses to play it. George Ordway says, I just caught back up with Dire Straits this past week with a great compilation. Amazing. That's a good band. It's a good 70s, 80s rock. Banjo Boy says, Canadians take off every year are called snowbirds. Canadians that take off every year are called snowbirds. They're guys that leave Canada and go south for the winter. Let's see. Whoop. You know what I just did? I just disconnected my camera. Hang on. Let's see if it comes back on. There we go. I'm back. All right. Blues Rocker says, rock the PRS. The sky's crying. I'll do that for you. All right. Give me 1 second. Blind Dog Logan says, Ed, you dig Roy Rogers and Norton Buffalo. They laid some good stuff down. Really enjoy your channel. Talking about like Roy Rogers, the old cowboy singer. He had some good stuff. I liked him and Gene Autry and shit. Kind of like Riders in the Sky too. I wish I could see them live one time. Ron Swanson says, that was my favorite trick of Eddie's, talking about where you hit the volume knob a billion times with the delay going. Right? That was a song called Cathedral. It's on a record called Diver Down by Van Halen. Blues Rocker says, Roy Rogers is badass, played for Muddy Waters. Well, that must be a Roy Rogers I haven't heard of. Thought you meant the cowboy singer. Let's see. Daniel Terrebonne says, how many hours of bedroom practice did that take? Getting that much of it, which is about half of it, like it took me like a few days. I mean, it's not that hard. Like once you get that volume knob down. Set Up by Marshall says slow and clean before fast and sloppy. Right. Yeah, didn't get the whole song down. Dwayne says, up here in the south shore of Lake Erie, we had -9 last night. Yeah, it never gets that bad here. Like, we're going to have 13 Fahrenheit tonight. That's about as low as it gets in the south, in the deep south. What else we got here? Josh M says, good liquor going to carry me down. Okay, talking about Big Bill Broonzy. I'll play that for you in just a second. So we got 2 requests now. Setup says, bass players skip 3 when counting to 4. Right? Yeah, drummers do that a lot too. You'd be surprised how many drummers can't count to 4. Robert Stott says, yeah, George Knopfler got a lot of flavor, didn't he? Didn't he do flamenco record too? He got a PhD too. I know Mark Knopfler. Did he have a brother? Let's see. The Blues Rocker says Eddie Van Halen showed Michael Anthony most of the bass lines. He knew exactly what he wanted the bass notes to be for his guitar parts. Yeah, that's probably a good idea because they were essentially a 3-piece band. You know, they just had a singer to make it 4. Robert Stott says Roy Rogers, who played for John Lee Hooker. Okay, yeah. The Blues Rocker says, no, he's right, John Lee Hooker. My mother didn't call me son because I'm bright. Banjo Boy says, can you break down the Merle Travis style? Cannonball can't be played without thumb over. Right, yeah. Merle Travis is probably based on Piedmont picking. It's the Kentucky style of finger picking. Like, it's just alternating thumb to do the bass line. Like, perfect guitar for Merle Travis. Kind of got some jazzy chords in there. Doing some some shit with your thumb here. You pretty much have to. Just doing like the alternating thumb, Julian Santaguida says, I don't know if you can open it or not. Open what? Earl Hooker was another, says Blind Dog Logan. Ron says shot. We can do a shot. Yeah, we're knocking them out tonight. I'm going to play a couple songs after that. Let's see. Okay, what do y'all say? Rebel Bourbon or Cutty Sark Scotch? Y'all tell me. Gary Toner says, I was a delusional guitar player in my late teens. Asked to join my friend's band, and he said, we can use a bass player. I got a Fender P bass for $100 and got in the band. Found my place. Yeah, I think every guitar player is like a little bit delusional, aren't they? I played bass for bands. I played bass for a punk band I was probably like 18, 19 years old. What we got here? Martian Murray says, did you hear about the Beck auction? I think his most expensive guitar went for $1.3 million. Yeah, somebody mentioned that earlier. I didn't hear about it, but I heard about it like earlier in the chat. Ron says Mark Knopfler is one of the goats. Yeah, that guy played with his fingers. He didn't use a pick. Music Blogger says Gary Toner probably easier for you to find bands though. Yeah. There's not as many bass players going around. It's actually hard to find a bass player sometimes. Ron says educated thumb. Ed reminds me of Chet Atkins. Right. Yeah, I think Chet's style was kind of based on that. you know, that Merle Travis type of stuff. But he was from Georgia, though. Merle was from Kentucky. Chet says, howdy y'all, wondering if my 24-hour ban has been lifted. What's up, man? How you doing? Okay, Martian Murray votes for bourbon. Blues Rocker says Scotch. He says smooth. Mark Knopfler and Chet Atkins were friends and even made an album together before Chet died called Neck and Neck. I have to check that out. Ron votes for bourbon. Bourbon might win this one. That is some strong shit, that bourbon, man. Joe says Scotch. Daniel Terrebonne says bourbon. I think bourbon is winning by 1. Banjo Boy says, what was your biggest audience? I couldn't even tell you. I mean, I'm sure I played for like a couple thousand people at least, like, you know, doing like festivals and stuff like that. But that's not what you get every week, you know, when you're playing in clubs and stuff. Let me refresh this real quick so it'll stop glitching. Come on, slow ass computer. I think bourbon's gonna win this one. All right, let's drink some bourbon. This is not my favorite bourbon ever, by the way. Like it reminds me a little too much of you know, like standard Jack Daniels. It's called Rebel Small Batch Reserve Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, Bardstown, Kentucky. Where's the shot glass? Strong shit. I'll pour myself half a shot here. And then we got a couple of songs we need to play. Banjo Boy says, have that album on tape, talking about the Chet Atkins record. And Ron says, when I was a kid. Music Blogger says, I got one off Amazon for $8. So much fun. Kazoo. I had a kazoo when I was a kid. I don't have one now. Blues Rocker says, last gig I did was in front of 1,500 people, and it was a train wreck. Nothing went right, but I got through it. That happens. Yeah, it happens. Daniel Terrebonne says, what's wrong with Jack Daniels? I never did like it. Like, I just thought it was, like, just too much. Like, as far as, like, you know, the oaky taste. A little rough, you know. I like Gentleman Jack. All right, here we go. Cheers, y'all. Out of the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. And Martian Murray says bourbon in the honor of the blizzard of New Orleans, right? Chet says the beer I'm drinking is 9.5. Cheers. Damn, what's that stuff? All right, let's play a couple here. We got a request for Good Liquor Carry Me Down by Big Bill Broonzy. What was that second one? Let me go back. See if I can find it here. I had another one here. Can somebody tell me what the second request was, like earlier? Banjo Boy says, do you still have some moonshine? Yeah, I got a little bit. Got a little bit in here. I'll whip that out later. Go back and see if I can find what that other request was. Might be imagining things or something. Oh, Sky's Crying. That's what it was. Yeah. Somebody asked me to play Sky's Crying on the Paul Reed Smith back there. Okay. All right, Bill Broonzy.
I know a little girl, about 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I just keep on a-drinking till good liquor carry me down. I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama, it's a gallon out of sight. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I just keep on a-drinking till good liquor carry me down. Went to the doctor with my head in my hand. Doctor said, Big Bill, I think I had to give you monkey glands. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I just keep on a-drinking till good liquor carry me down. Woman told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't, Big Bill, some man gon' carry your business home. But I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I just keep on a-drinking till good liquor carry me down.
Some old Big Bill Broonzy from the 40s. Jump blues. Okay. Let's see how I can make the Sky's Crying sound on the electric without a band. Gonna be a nice experiment here. Where the sky's crying, look at the tears roll down the streets.
Lord, the sky's crying. Look at the tears roll down the streets. Looking for my baby, wondering where can she be, yeah. Woke up early this morning, see my baby walking down the street. Woke up early this morning, see my baby walking down the streets. Lord, it hurt me so bad, made my poor heart skip a beat. I got a bad feeling that my baby don't love me no more. I got a bad feeling that my baby don't love me no more. Lord, the sky's crying. Look at the tears roll down my nose.
All right, there. Yeah, some damn Skies Crying on the PRS. A sip of my beer here. Of course, originally done by Elmore James, king of the slide guitar. And of course, I didn't play a slide on it. What we got here? George Ordway says Telegraph Road. I don't think I know that one. Chet says it's thick but not dark, talking about the the high gravity beer he's drinking right now. Blues Rocker says interesting. Spare Chain says play one you've been working on. I think of something in a little bit. Something I've been working on. Make my lighter work. Chet says a unreasonably strong ale. Those are good sometimes. I tend to stay away from the high gravity beers these days. Josh M says check out Nate Meyer's video. Feels so good on YouTube. He's half with half Korean. He's really good. I think I saw that one time. Like, didn't somebody send me that? Like that particular guy, like some song by him. I think it might have been Gizmodus that showed me that guy. Ron says, laughed my ass off of Delora. See if I can say this. Delora Debel says, love your style, Edward. I appreciate that very much. Set up by Marshall says, tips graciously accepted. Yeah, I appreciate those. He left a PayPal link there. Also takes super chats. You know, if y'all are feeling generous tonight, like super chats are the life of this show. So yeah, throw a tip in the bucket. And also like, subscribe, share this on your social media, all that good stuff. Spare Change says, clap, clap, clap. Delora claps for me too. Appreciate that, y'all. Josh M says, half white, I mean. The half white, half Korean guy plays blues. I think I've seen that guy. Chet says, I've been called a half-wit a time or two. Right. Gary Toner says, I can dig it. Great riffs. Phillips, appreciate that. N8 Germ says, nice, appreciate that. Banjo Boy says, do you think you mix or blend styles? Yeah, I mean, you know, I got like bluegrass influence from when I was a kid. I got 70s, 60s rock influence. You know, blues influence. I kind of mix up stuff. The N8 Germ says, nice. We play both kind of music around here, you know, blues and rock. Gary Toner says, is that the new budget PRS? Great sounding axe. I don't think it's brand new. I think it's probably 15 or 20 years old, but it's a PRS SE custom. It's about like $800 or $900. And Banjo Boy says, I vote for what you've been working on. Mike can do that other Blind Boy Fuller song I was working on. That what's it called? Weeping Willow. Daniel Terrebonne says, in honor of your new video, do some Robert Johnson. All right, we'll do some in a minute. Blues Rocker says, what's the guitar that you lost in your past that you wish you still had? Probably my first Stratocaster. And I know who's got it too, but he won't dig it out and give it back to me and stuff. And he doesn't even play it. Like a friend of mine actually has it. He's got it buried in a storage building somewhere. Got my first Strat when I was like 14 years old in the 90s. The Blues Rocker says, what's the guitar? Oh, I just read that. George Ordway says, what Dire Straits do you know? I don't know if I know any. I used to know that riff to Money for Nothing. And I think I might know Sultans of Swing, like a little bit of that, like possibly. I'll try some in a second. Chet says, Brock Lesnar. I beat that motherfucker's ass, man. And Chet says, blues and rock and whoop ass. Yeah, there was one live show I did on here where I like openly challenged Brock Lesnar to a fight, and he has not responded to me. So I guess old Brock is chicken. Dire Straits. Let me see. Probably know bits and pieces. Trying to figure it out like from my head. I've never played it with a band. Something like that. I can't remember how fucking Money for Nothing goes, like that riff. Yeah, I'll play a few in a second. I'll play a Robert Johnson tune in just a second. And wasn't there another one? Yeah, I'll do some Robert Johnson in just a second. And Banjo Boy says D minor. Yeah, I think I was doing that in a C sharp. Blues Rocker says D minor. No, wait until D is of age. Right. See, there's some stuff I haven't read yet. Let me see here. I think I got it all. Yeah. George Ordway says I'll have to listen to again to hear that. Yeah, I don't know what key it's in. I just kind of pulled it out of my head. Josh M says that was a good video about Robert Johnson. There's some things that I didn't know about Robert Johnson in that video. That's a big rabbit hole, man. I thought I knew everything until I started like doing a little research. I mean, you could spend like the rest of your life on that shit. And Blues Rocker says great commentary, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, you know, trying out my voice acting skills on there. I'm kind of monotone, you know. Probably need to put more feeling into my talkie videos. You know, I still got that deer in headlights thing when I turn on a camera and record stuff, and I just sit there like, Robert Johnson was a person who lived in the 1930s, right? It's really weird being in front of a camera when there's no audience. Like, but when I'm talking to an audience, like I got these people in the chat here, you know, it's much easier for some reason. All right, the last couple of drags off this thing. How about some Sweet Home Chicago? Haven't done that in a while on a live stream. If I can find my damn thumb pick, what I did with it. Here it is.
Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? Now 1 and 1 and 2, 2 and 2 and 4. I'm never gonna, baby. I'm books, I gotta go. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? 2 to 2 and 4, 4 to 2 and 6. Keep monkeying around your friends, get your business all in a trick. Crying, hey, baby, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home Chicago? 6 and 2 is 8, 8 and 2 is 10. walking around your friends. She sure gonna get you again. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago? I'm going to California, back to the Moonlight Way. Somebody will tell me that you need my help someday. Crying, hey, baby, baby, don't you wanna go back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago?
Alrighty. Good old Robert Johnson, now a blues standard, Sweet Home Chicago. Kind of like the Blues Brothers version of that one. It's the Banjo Boy says, you're the honest, you're very honest and sincere and believable. I appreciate that. Chet says, imagine we all buck naked. I don't know if I'd want to do that. Most of my audience is like kind of on the old side. I don't think I want to see all naked. Gary Toner says, my first guitar was a 1973 natural finish Strat, $175 at a local store in Philly. I sold it to buy my bass. It's worth thousands now. Yeah, you gave up a lot of money when you sold that. Yeah. Damn. Hell, Ian Anderson from Jethro Tull, like he said, I was playing a Stratocaster back in the early '60s, and I traded it for a 20-pound flute, and now it's a $20,000 Stratocaster. And he said Lemmy had that same Strat for a while too, like Lemmy Kilmister. Like they rented it from a music store and couldn't make the payments, you know. Spare Change says, light a smoke and grab a drink, nice chair and talk your ass off, no fear. Yeah, right. Nah, it's not much of a problem like doing live streams on camera, like but when I'm doing like a talkie video and I'm recording stuff and there's no audience, it's kind of weird. Like it makes me go all stiff and monotone and shit. Let's see, Blues Rocker says, I was wondering if you've been enjoying Acoustic Sundays. You talking about on Sirius XM, like on the Blues channel on there? Yeah, I've checked that out like a few times. Yeah, they got some good shit on there sometimes. Get me another beer here. But yeah, like the Sirius satellite radio, like I really dig that Real Jazz channel they have on there. Like I play that all the time when I'm driving down the road. George Ordway says, can you play Smoke on the Water and Money for Nothing? Same chord, same sequence. I don't know if Smoke on the Water is the same as Money for Nothing. It's like Money for Nothing's got a pretty particular riff to it. But yeah, let's see. I learned Smoke on the Water probably about my first couple of months of learning guitar, like everybody does, right? It's just... Let's see. Oh, no. George Ordway says, can you play... I just read that. Blues Rocker says, Smoke for Nothing and Fire in the Water. Right, right. True story, Smoke on the Water. The guys in Deep Purple were like on Lake Geneva in Switzerland, and apparently Frank Zappa was across the lake, like playing in a club there, and the club burned down. That's what the song's about. Same sequences exist everywhere. We're hardwired to see patterns. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's kind of what human intelligence is pattern finding. Gary Toner says, my natural finish Strat was a Ritchie Blackmore Strat. Damn it. Yeah, I bet you wish you had that thing now. It's probably worth several $1,000s at least. Josh M says, fascinating and mysterious man, Robert Johnson. Yeah, the guy was like when he was alive, he wasn't very famous and wasn't well documented. He just made those 29 songs in Texas, and like we got his death certificate. That's about all we have. Like they got a gun in the Delta Blues Museum that he apparently owned, like a pistol. No guitar that we know of that he owned. Chet says, name a new chord from Mars Mang. I don't think I know one. Ron Swanson says, smooth soul, appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, the Stratocaster goes to Jimi Hendrix. He definitely put the Strat on the map. Like if you don't count maybe Buddy Holly. A lot of people picked up a Strat because of Buddy Holly, but he definitely like Jimi Hendrix definitely like showed what you could do on a Strat. George Ordway says, finally, full attention. Basil Tiffany says, what's the drink of choice tonight? I got a bottle of scotch and a bottle of bourbon. I might hit that in a minute. Banjo Boy says, have you ever found a so-called treasure at a flea market? I found some good records at flea markets and never a musical instrument. I've got like several records down here below me here that I bought at flea markets back in the day. But back before like vinyl went up to like $30-$40 a piece, and you could go to a flea market and walk out with a stack of them for like $20. Back in the fucking 90s, like nobody liked vinyl, and so you could get it like really cheap. Chet says, I don't know. Lemmy tried to teach Sid Vicious bass and said he was hopeless. yeah. Sid Vicious could not play. Like literally could not play. Good band though, Sex Pistols. A lot of punk people used to argue with me about the Pistols. Like, no, they were a fucking boy band. They were bullshit. I fucking like the Pistols. Spare Change says, Grateful Dead had same thinking. Blues Rocker says, Acoustic Sunday emails every week. Oh, okay, yeah, I get those. Yeah, some of that shit's pretty funny. Like he sent me some good, like, I believe he sent me a couple of songs and stuff like that. Yeah, those are cool. Yeah, I read through those. Spare Change says, live was better for them with an audience. Right, yeah. It's actually harder to play for 10 people than it is to play for 1,000 people. For some reason, it's just some kind of weird social thing that humans have, like the way we're wired. The Blues Rocker says, Emerson, Lake and Palmer from the beginning. Ooh, I don't know if I know any fucking ELP. Not that good on the piano. Ron Swanson says, money for nothing shares nothing with Smoke on the Water. Yeah, not that I know of. Banjo Boy says, do you get nervous when you perform? Not really anymore. I'll get like a little bit antsy, like at the start of a live show, like at a bar or somewhere. Just like mostly about the sound system. Like, 'cause I've been running the sound myself lately, and it's kind of hard to do that from a stage. Once I get that like under control, then I'm okay. Ron says, other than they're both rock songs, yeah. Blues Rocker says, did you ever have a gig? Did your dad ever have a gig in his lifetime? He hated bar bands. he didn't want to do the kind of stuff they were playing in bars back in those days. He was like strictly a goddamn, hard rock guy. I mean, he raised me on bluegrass. He had gone into a bluegrass phase when I was a kid. But back in the 70s, like in his day, he was into fucking Kiss and Ted Nugent and all that kind of stuff. And he was not going to play fucking, the bar standards of that time, like Brown Eyed Girl and stuff like that, and CCR and all that kind of stuff. He actually cussed me out when he found out I was playing that kind of stuff. Like, you playing that fucking bullshit, that goddamn CCR? Then why don't you play some fucking rock and roll? Goddamn. And so he was never in like any like working bands really. He played at his high school talent show. He played like Detroit, Rock City, and Great White Buffalo at his high school talent show in the 70s. That was kind of his like Al Bundy moment, like where I threw 3 touchdowns in a single game. He always used to brag about like blowing the people away at the talent show at high school. But he refused to play the kind of repertoire you had to play in bars back in the 70s. Now I feel I kind of empathize with him. I don't like playing some of the stuff you have to play in bars these days, like so I don't. I just play what the fuck I want. I play Cream and Hendrix and blues songs and stuff like that when I'm out gigging, and people still pay me, so I just play what I want. If I got to the point where I had to play like Sweet Caroline and shit, I'd probably quit playing, in the clubs. But let me see here. Robert Stott says Ike Turner with a Strat. Oh, he played a Strat. The guy was pretty good. Like he wasn't too good with women, but Martian Murray says he was from Clarksdale, actually. Fuck. Martian Murray says I live close to the hotel Robert Johnson recorded in. They renovated, so the room's not there, but the bar is called the 414. Is you talking about Dallas or San Antonio? It was 2 different cities. I think it's San Antonio, like where the hotel is still standing that he played in. Spare Change says the audience provides juice. Yeah. If you got like a non-reactive audience in a place and they're all watching football on TV, like you're gonna have a pretty shitty night in a club. Let me see. Joe says any Straubs. Not sure what you mean by Straubs. Ron says BBL. Not sure what you mean by BBL, actually. Chet says, I used to hang out at the saloon from dusk till dawn in Nuevo Laredo. Would not go now. That would be a... Yeah, I'd love to get drunk there. Yeah, shit. Banjo Boy says, I guess you answered my question. A small situation or a solo performance is nerve-wracking. Yeah. The smaller the audience, like the more nerve-wracking it is, actually. Joe says, or Golden Earring. Don't know any Golden Earring. Like Radar Love. I don't think I ever played that with a band. Chet says the Cheech scene was a different saloon, and I spent more time there. Robert Earl Keen. Yeah. Martian Murray says it was 5 touchdowns in one game. Talking about Al Bundy. Yeah. It was 5. Okay. Would you play YMCA? Okay. Let's see if I can run off half the audience here. Never done this, but I know the chords to it. Let's see. Do I? Let's see.
Young man, take a look at the life. I said, young man, take a
don't know lyrics.
Talking about the YMCA, for the state of the YMCA.
Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and have a little tinkle, and I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Read a couple of these here. Jay Hines says, "Hey Ed, been listening off and on while at work, enjoying the stories. I appreciate that, man." Martian Murray says, "San Antonio." Okay, so he lives down from the hotel that Robert Johnson recorded in San Antonio, Texas. I believe that's where Eric Clapton made that film too about Robert Johnson. And Blind Dog Logan says, West Coast bluesman Pee Wee Creighton was given a prototype Stratocaster and an amp by Leo Fender. Was likely the first to record with a Strat. Might have been, yeah. Had to be back in the 50s or late 40s possibly. I mean the tellies came out first. They had what was it called, a broadcaster that was basically a Telecaster, you know. Then they came out with the Strat, I think, in the 50s. George Ordway says, "Golden Earring, got my friend through a hunting accident, Twilight Zone." Shit, I think my dad saw Golden Earring back in the day, like back in the 70s. He claimed he went to over 300 concerts. Let's see. Robert Stott says, "I was totally going to add Pee Wee Creighton with a Strat. You're spot on." Martian Murray says, "I grew up on the west side, but I'm close to Alamo Heights now." Oh, okay. Then Chet says, "Alamo Heights, detecting west side." The Blues Rocker says, "Sonny Terry." Oh yeah, fucking like him and you know, they had the fucking harmonica motherfucker, like wasn't he the harmonica guy? Like you know, Sonny Terry and Brownie McGee. What was it, Brownie McGee that played the harp, or was it fucking Sonny Terry? I can't remember. And the Blues Rocker says, "Sonny Landreth." My friend knows Sonny Landreth. I met him twice. Cool. Blues Rocker says, "Have you ever met any of your blues legends or anybody famous?" The only famous people I've met were bluegrass musicians. I met Bill Monroe and Ralph Stanley and a few people like that, and the Osborne Brothers. Let's see. La Soie Boutique says, "Cheers." Chet, that's legendary. The bar from Dusk Till Dawn. Did they have pole dancers or music at the stage? I went bowling at the spot in the Big Lebowski, Santa Monica. It's torn down. I'm torn down. Yeah, they tore down the only bowling alley that existed in my hometown a few years back. Put a Taco Bell there. George Ordway says, "Anyone dealing with Cali fires?" Yeah, I'd be interested to hear that. Yeah. Like Sonny Terry, Brownie McGee had like a good version of John Henry, actually. Should learn that version of it. It's like real good harmonica playing. George Ordway says, "Anyone dealing with Gulf Coast blizzards?" Yeah, we got one or two in here. We got was old Terrebonne, like he's in New Orleans right now. I got like a little bit of snow here. Robert Stott says Alley was Conaga Bowl, where the Big Lebowski was filmed. Oh, okay. I think I've got some commonalities with that guy in the film. Like, Blues Rocker says Atlanta Rhythm Section. Oh yeah, I heard a lot of Atlanta Rhythm Section growing up. yeah, and my dad like seen them like several times. The Blues Rocker said they did a great version of Spooky. Yeah, I believe that was their like their hit, wasn't it? Robert Stott says Outside Woman. I could play that. Chet says La Soie. No, that was all props. The saloon scene with Cheech is real, and inside around the corner parties happen. Yeah. Banjo Boy says, do you remember Hurricane Hugo? A little bit. I was about 6 years old or so when it hit. I just kind of remember the wind blowing. It really wasn't shit by the time it got here. My dad had these mole trees in the backyard, and it blew the mole trees down. I barely remember it. It hit Charleston. It tore up Charleston. And Blues Rocker says, So Into You was a ARS big hit. They had a good song called Another Man's Woman. They had a song called what was it? It's a song that Travis Tritt covered. Like, where was you in '69, smoking dope or drinking wine? That song. I'm drinking this out of the bottle. I need to pour it. It's a Hefeweizen. And Dwayne Yu says, Little Red Rooster, I can do that. Banjo Boy says, you haven't hit Charleston, the old Hurricane Hugo. Joe says, any bad company out there? They had some good shit. Oh yeah, some good old 70s rock, you know. Chet says, at 15 in the Mercado, saw some vatos eyeballing me with yellow eyes and said, nah. Daniel Terrebonne says, a little late for Oktoberfest beer. Yeah, I wish I had some. Blues Rocker says, Live for the Music by Bad Company is a cool riff. Yeah, they had a bunch of good guitar riffs and shit. And that guy playing the Les Paul. Banjo Boy says, do you have any travel plans? Not in the near future that I know of. Let's play a couple here. Fuck. Said Outside Woman and Little Red Rooster. Okay. But all right, before I play here, don't forget to hit that like button, that subscribe button. Share this on your social media. Don't cost you nothing. And if y'all are feeling generous, tip me with a super chat. I really would appreciate that. That's the life of this show. The super chats are. I don't monetize these live streams. Don't put commercials on them because YouTube like content IDs them anyway. So. Outside Woman Blues by Blind Joe Reynolds, covered by Cream in the 60s.
Well, when you lose your money money, great God, don't lose your mind. Well, when you lose your money, great God, don't lose your mind. When you lose your woman, please don't fool with mine. I'm gonna buy me a bulldog, watch my lady whilst I sleep. I'm gonna buy me a bulldog, watch my lady whilst I sleep. Cause the women these days, they so damn crooked, might make a 4-day creep. Tell all you married men how to keep your young wives at home. Tell all you married men how to keep your young wives at home. You gotta get you a job, roll with a man, carry your labor home. Can't watch your wife and your outside women's too. Well, you can't watch your wife and your outside women's too. Your wife will be at home doing your dirt, but hey, what you trying to do?
Now I got a retune here. Play some Red Rooster by Howlin Wolf. Probably need a capo for this.
Too lazy to crow for days. I got a little red rooster, too lazy to crow for days. Got everything in the barnyard upset in every way. Where the dogs begin to bark, baby, and the hounds begin to howl. Where the dogs begin to bark and the hounds begin to howl. Everybody knows little red rooster's on the prowl. Well, if you see my little red rooster, please bring him home. Well, if you see my little red rooster, please bring him home. Ain't been no peace in the barnyard since the little red rooster's been gone.
We got a $10 super chat from Winston Smith. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that. He says, thank you, Ed. Would you play some John Henry? I've got $20 for Power of Soul by Jimi Hendrix. If that happens to be in your repertoire, I can try the riff from that. I don't know it all the way through, but I got the riff in my head. I can fuck around with it a little bit. Yeah, I can do some John Henry for you. Work song here. I first heard Bill Monroe playing it when I was a kid. They do it the old way. They did it in the mountains, blues style.
John Henry was a little baby boy. You could fit him in the palm of your hand. His papa cried out, "This lonesome farewell. Gonna be a steel driving man, Lord, Lord. Gonna be a steel driving man." John Henry went up the mountain, looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John Henry was so small. Cool drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. Cool drink of water before I die. John Henry walked through the tunnel, had his captain by his side. The last words that John Henry spoke was, "Bring me cold drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. Cold drink of water before I die." John Henry hammered on the right side. Steam drill was on his lip. Before I would see this drill beat me, I hammer my post to death, Lord, Lord. I hammer my post to death. John Henry told his captain, "I wanna go to bed. Well, fix me a pallet, I wanna lie down. I got a mighty roar in my head, Lord, Lord. I got a mighty roar in my head."
John Henry. Thank you very much for that super chat, Winston Smith. Let me see what else we got here. A lot of comments here. Apologize if I don't read them all. Like, too many to read. Dwayne says, clapping hands. Appreciate that. Blind Dog Logan says, gotta run. Outstanding show, Ed. True bluesman you be. I appreciate that, man. I'll see you later, Blind Dog. Hatchet Jack says, Ed, do you know Rambling on My Mind by Robert Johnson? I'm actually working on that one. Trying to get the damn lyrics down. But, I'll give you the gist of it. What's that pick?
I got rambling on my mind. Little girl, rambling on my mind. I hate to leave you, baby, but you treat me so unkind. I got mean things on my mind. Mean things on my mind. I hate to leave you, baby, but you treat me so unkind.
Yeah, video coming up on that soon once I learn the damn lyrics. Winston Smith says, absolutely outstanding, unreal talent. I appreciate that, man. Chet says, I was in a deer blind in Freer, Texas, and saw a family moving through the brush. They got closer, and I had to shoot to save Aribe because the alternative, shoot in the air. Hatchet Jack says, I'm actually learning that song right now, too. Oh, go. Let me back up and read a couple of these comments back here. Blind Dog says, check out John Hammond Wicked Grin Killer songwriting by Tom Waits. I have to check that out. Blues Rocker says, Sun House tonight. Can't get too much of that. I'll play some Sun House for you. Yeah. LaSoie Boutique says, that's still way cool, Chet. I had a 1930 suitcase recording lathe. It cut vinyl like they did the field recordings with. Needed repair. Donated it to a cool guitar player. Yeah, that's what they cut Robert Johnson's records with. He had one of those, like basically a record lathe in a suitcase on aluminum discs. George Ordway says, the 78 blizzard hit us in the Maine woods. The snow was up to the light lines. Damn. To the damn power lines and shit. That's fucked up. Blues Rocker says, Edward's born to sing the blues. I appreciate that. Hatchet Jack says, what's up, Ed? Watched you need video, loved it. Watched your new video, loved it, I guess he meant. I appreciate that. Yeah, I put out a video on the death of Robert Johnson just recently here. Robert Stott says, hey y'all, well, we lucky on here. We got a real deal blues player. Much respect, Ed. Appreciate that. George Ordway says, we dealt with it with the plentiful front end loaders. Jesse, 20 foot of snow on the road. Yeah, that's insane. Up in Maine, damn. Winston Smith says, there are few living musicians that make the hair on my arms stand up with nearly every note. Plenty of dead ones. Edward's one of the living ones. I thank you very much, man. Robert Stott says, I second that, Winston. I get my spare change playing out, but Ed be smoking fools. Pat Benny says, D-flat harp. Found it on second try. I didn't know they made D-flat harps. Damn. Let's see. So what we got here, La Soie Boutique says, awesome playing and singing it. I appreciate that. Set up by Marshall says, I'm working with a slide a bit more these days. Gotta get my vibrato back. Oh, okay. Yep. What kind of slide are you using? Like, what was it made of? Yeah, let's play some Sun House here. Do some damn Def Letter. Gotta retune again. All right, Sun House.
Pregnant rib said, hurry, hurry, said the gal, you love is dead. I got a letter this morning. What are you, pregnant rib? Said, hurry, hurry, said the gal, you love is dead. Well, I grabbed up my suitcase and I took off down the road. By the time I got there, she was laying on the cooling board. Well, grabbed up my suitcase, I took off down the road. By the time I got there, baby, she was laying on the cooling board. Looked like 10,000 people around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her. They began to let her down. Looked like 10,000 people standing around the barren ground. I didn't know I loved her, baby, but they began to let her down. Well, I leaned in real close and I looked down in her face. I won't see the good old girl, and again the judgment day. Well, I lean in real close, then I look down in her face. I won't see the good old girl, Lord, again the judgment day. Well, didn't know I loved her till the good Lord's sun went down. I didn't have a soul to throw my arms around. Well, didn't know I loved her till the good Lord's sun went down. I didn't have a soul, baby, throw my arms around. You know how love's so fall and make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes will leave you feeling sad and blue, you know. Love's hard to fall, make you do things you don't want to do. Love sometimes leave you feeling sad and blue. Well, I woke up this morning feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know by that, maybe I got the walking blues. Well, woke up this morning feeling around for my shoes. Well, you know by that, baby, but I got the walking blues. A little bit of Sun House there.
Def Letter Blues, kind of based on the same riff for My Black Mama that he did back in the 30s, and also Walking Blues. Setup says, get the new album here. You had a link to the new album. Yeah, it's a electric album I did just a few months ago. Downloadable, like waiting to get the shit out like on CD, like a physical medium, you know. La Soie Boutique says, awesome playing and singing it. I appreciate that. The Blues Rocker says, a woman with a big ass reminded me of a Chinese checkerboard. Ever see one of those? How about like with a lot of cellulite or whatever? Dennis Troy says, was 50 thumbs up, now 74 thumbs up. Oh, cool. Yeah, thank y'all for them thumbs up. That kind of helps me in the algorithm on YouTube. Blues Rocker says, did that a long time ago. Lonesome Man Blues. I don't think I know that one. Blues Rocker says, ever listen to Warren Haynes or Walter Trout? I saw Warren Haynes when I was like 12. Like, I had a friend who had hippie parents, and they like dragged me to a Allman Brothers concert, and a government mule opened up for him, and Warren Haynes played for them and the Allman Brothers. Like, he got up on stage with the Allmans, you know. La Soie Boutique says, that rock dead. I appreciate that. And George Ordway says, how many here are new? Throw out a that whatever that is and let us know, he says. We're in a new golden age in America. Questions, comments, y'all? Crossroad Cafe says, John the Revelator. I don't know the damn words. Yeah, Son House used to do that a cappella. You know, Emma who that riding John the Revelator wrote the book of the Seven Seals. Hatchet Jack says, well, Ed, I'm trying to learn Piedmont blues. Got any easy Piedmont blues songs that I could learn? Easy, let me think here. Piedmont blues actually kind of hard, you know, it's finger picking. But yeah, if you want easy, I'd definitely stay away from Blind Blake. Maybe try maybe Rag Mama Rag by old Blind Boy Fuller. That's kind of simple. I'd play it if I knew the damn words. Yeah, a lot of those Piedmont songs kind of intricate, actually. You know, ragtime based. Blues Rocker says, any corrosion of conformity. I wouldn't know one of their songs if you like if it like slapped me in the face, like I wouldn't know it. This is just not a band I really listen to. Robert Stott says, I thought I was cool till I tried to play Piedmont too hard. Yeah, it's like finger picking basically. It's, you know, it's old ragtime stuff. Alternating thumb, you know. It was kind of the basis for all the stuff that like Merle Travis and Chet Atkins and people like that did later. George Ordway says, Nazareth, Smoke on the Water history lesson. Smoke on the Water was damn old Deep Purple, wasn't it? Yeah. Smoke on the Water was written by the band when they were on like Lake Geneva in Switzerland, Montreux, and what's his damn name? God damn it. Frank Zappa. Frank Zappa was playing like a gig across the lake, and the place he was playing at caught on fire, and they saw smoke on the water, and they wrote that song. Nazareth, of course, are famous for Love Hurts. They didn't write that, though. A married couple named Boudleaux and Felice Bryant wrote that back in the 50s, and the Everly Brothers actually did it. Like, look it up. You can look up the Everly Brothers doing Love Hurts, like, way back. Same couple who also wrote Rocky Top. Robert Stott says, Corrosion of Conformity, Eye for Eye. Yeah, see, I don't know any of their songs. Banjo Boy says, what is your favorite Chinese dish? Like all the weird Chinese stuff I've had to cook, being married to a Chinese woman. That's a tough one. Probably, like red braised ribs, probably. Or red braised pork belly. One of those two. Blues Rocker says 30 Days in the Hole. I don't know that one. Hatchet Jack says, can you play Shake 'Em On Down? I can play that for you. Yeah. Smoke this cigarette. Blues Rocker says Zappa. Yep. And he says flare gun. Like a flare gun, like started the fire that caused the smoke on the water. Banjo Boy says, is the Batman theme similar to Smoke on the Water? Not really. More of like a 1-4-5 tune. Blues Rocker says, do you know how you say 69 in Chinese? Two can chew. Two can... I get it. Two can chew. And Banjo Boy says, ribs, delicious. Yeah, I'm out of those damn 1,000-year Chinese eggs that I was getting people to pay me $20 to eat. Ate them all. I hope my wife don't learn that fucking joke. You know, that old joke we used to tell, like, me Chinese, me play joke, me put pee-pee in your Coke. Right. Let's see, shake them on now. Blues Rocker says, a fan at the Zappa show started the fire with a flare gun. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. Basil Tiffany says, eat one of those balut eggs. Have you heard of them? Yeah, that's the eggs with the baby duck inside. Yeah. I don't think I would even try one of those. Alrighty. Just finish this cigarette. We'll play some Shake 'Em On Down. Yeah, I think balut's like in the Philippines, right? Like they eat the eggs with the baby duck in there with feathers on it and stuff. Banjo Boy says, here in Canada, on your birthday, you can have a free meal at Denny's. Damn. We don't even have a Denny's in my town, like it's across the river in Augusta. I had my birthday at McDonald's when I was like about 6 or 7 years old. I tell you how old I am. They used to have birthday parties at fucking McDonald's. Back when it was like a family-friendly restaurant, and it looked all kind of friendly and stuff, and now it's like, you know, get on in and get your food and get the fuck out, right? try a different slide here. We'll do the Hill Country version. We'll do the Fred McDowell version. But with the Book of White lyrics. As soon as I get this thing tuned. That's close enough.
Nightcap mama and your gown, well, night for day we're gonna shake 'em on down, must I holler. Too much did it to me through the week, well, save the chili peppers on rainy day, but I must holler. Ain't been to Georgia, but I've been told, well, Georgia women got the best jelly roll, well, must I holler. Fix my supper now, go to bed, well, this white lining I'm gone to my head, well, must I holler. Must I shake 'em all down? You done well, called me to love you now. Man done come in, must I holler? Lord, must I shake 'em on down? They do some to me, don't know what it is, well, getting me drunk at that old whiskey still, well, must I holler. Oh, must I shake 'em on down?
All right. There's Shake 'Em On Down there, Hill Country style, in the style of Fred McDowell, but with lyrics from Booker White, because I don't know Fred McDowell's lyrics. Blues Rocker says fries and gravy. Yeah, that's a Canada thing there. And Chet says grimace. George Ordway says banjo boy. Joseph Galasso says Confucius say girl who fly upside down have hairy crack up. Right. Banjo boy says Says he says, "You're not old. Do you remember Grimace?" Yeah. Back in the day when they used characters to market McDonald's to kids and shit. Josh M says all the Denny's in Colorado are closed down. Oh damn. Not many here in South Carolina actually. Chet says Hamburglar. Martian Murray says I had the free Grand Slam at Denny's last Veterans Day. Dwayne says, "How did you meet your wife? Are there many Chinese in South Carolina?" There's a few, you know, the ones that like run restaurants and stuff. But I met her online actually. About 12 years ago, I was like, you know, I'm tired of these damn old Western women. I'm gonna try me one from overseas and stuff. Chet says Valentine's Day coming up, and I hope for that. Shush. Yeah, Valentine's Day means I have to spend money. Yep. And he says, sweetheart Bret Hart. Yeah, I love me some Bret Hart. Blues Rocker says, if someone buys Ed a shot, I'll take a huge hit from my one hitter. Are you getting elevated over there? Taylor Langley says, God damn, son, I appreciate that. Tone says, Sir Edward Phillips, what's up, man? How you doing? And Blues Rocker says, no, Banjo Boy says, MLK, we don't have it up here in North Kakalaki. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, I'm not think as stoned as I am. Damn, you're getting high over there. And Banjo Boy says, do you like the Grateful Dead? Select pieces. I was never like a huge Grateful Dead fan, but I like some of their hits, like Casey Jones and stuff like that. Like when I was like growing up, and you know, I started getting into like '60s bands when I was like in high school, and you know, people told me like, man, Grateful Dead, that's a good acid rock band right there. You know, I was looking for acid rock, this psychedelic shit. And I listened to him, I was like, this kind of sounds like country. I don't think they were doing too much acid. Right. Let me see what we got here. Taylor Langley says, man, I was just jamming out. My own thinking, damn, I sound good, turned on your stream, and I'm like, damn, I sound like shit. Shit. Josh M says, that was a great version of Shake 'Em On Down. Cool, I appreciate that. George Ordway says, Banjo Boy, I went to Denny's. I was going to Denny's with my friend for a free meal. They were filled up. He took me to Red Lobster. Surprise. Red Lobster is probably a better deal there. Lumpy said, Cat Scratch Fever copies Smoke on Water. Confucius didn't say all that shit. Cat Scratch Fever copies Smoke on the Water. Kind of similar, a little bit similar. Tone says, what's up, coolin'? Josh M says, you got to show how much you love the missus. Yep. Got to buy all that damn candy and shit on Valentine's Day. And I bought her a bottle of champagne one time, and she drank like a thimble full of it, and I had to drink the rest of the bottle because, you know, when you open champagne, you can't save it. You got to drink it. So I had to sit there and get fucked up on champagne. Not one of the better hangovers in the world. George Ordway says, a surprise party for me with brand new friends. What's up? Let's see. Josh M says, I just read that. Joseph Galasso says, do you know anything from the David Peel band, Have a Marijuana? I don't think I know none of his stuff. He used to have a song called The Pope Smokes Dope, I think. And Hatchet Jack says, Ed, I got a talent show at the end of school, and I don't know what song to play. Crossroad Blues, Outside Woman, or Def Letter. I don't know what people in high school these days even would even know, like, by a blues artist. I'd say Crossroad Blues, you know. I think Crossroads has like a lot of good intricacies to it, you know. Probably show off a bit and impress some people. Chet says, riding that subway, high on you rube me wrong foo. Blues Rocker says, can you play the tune Hey Baby? Talking about old Ted Nugent. Yeah, I got brainwashed with Ted Nugent by my dad, so I know a lot of his stuff. I don't know the words. Something like that. Banjo Boy says, thanks for being honest, Ed. I saw Robin Trower in Toronto. Can you play some? Robin Trower. Let me see. Ain't that how Bridge of Sighs goes? Let's see. Don't sound right without that damn Univibe, does it? Blues Rocker says Kentucky Headhunters. I had to play that a bunch of times. That walk. I don't know the words. Walk softly on this heart of mine. Walk slowly on this heart of mine. One time I rewrote that song like in honor of my drummer, Mark Howard. And I called it Mark Howard Likes to Fuck Dogs. It was like, Mark Howard likes to fuck dogs. Mark Howard likes to fuck dogs. Now, Mark Howard didn't appreciate that song. He thought it was stupid, so I quit playing it. Ron says, would you play some SRV on that PRS, please? Yeah, I'll try some SRV. Tuned here.
Once was a sweet thing, baby. Held that love at our hand. Now I see you out somewhere. Don't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drain. That's a cold shot now. Don't that I love your band. Remember the way that you love me. Do anything that I say. Now I see you out somewhere. Won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drain. That's a cold shot now. Don't that I love your band. So sad, too bad. I really meant I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Showed your appreciation by walking out anyway. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drain. That's a cold shot now. Don't that I love your baby. Too bad, so sad.
See what we got here. Somebody said Great White Buffalo. I'll play a little bit of that. This is
it's all right. Listen, everybody, what I gotta say. Hope for tomorrow. Really waking up today. It happened long ago, yeah. In the new magic land. Engine and the buffalo. Sisters hand in hand, yeah. Engine needed food, yeah. They needed skins for root. Only took what they needed, baby. Millions of buffalo were to prove. It's all right. Then came the white man with a stick and empty head. He couldn't see past the billboard. He wanted on a buffalo dead. It was sad, it was sad.
I need to get me a shot. I'm playing too good. Let me see. Read a few of these comments here. Let me back up a little bit. So many comments on here. I don't know if I can read them all. Apologize if I don't read your comment. George Ordway says if you can play them both, do both. If they're in the same key, there's a way to play both with the same tuning. Difficult though. Banjo Boy says I'm old and I like Peggy Sue. I think I know Peggy Sue. I could do that in a minute. Taylor Langley says Voodoo Child Blues. You'd be talking about the slow version of it, like the Hendrix, not the Slight Return, but the slow version. Blues Rocker says Guitargasm. Appreciate that. Mike H says friends don't let friends play pointy guitars. Right. Yeah, I never had a Paul Reed Smith until just recently when I got that one. It actually belonged to my old sound guy who passed away last year. Ron says just getting it. Appreciate that. Hatchet Jack says Hoochie Coochie Man. I can probably do that. Let's see. Blues Rocker says wah pedal. Don't have one in here, but I got several wah pedals and don't have one on me. George Wardway says just put down my left ear. AKG after Jimmy Dore. SRV still rules. Passed before I could meet him. Yeah, I wish I could have seen him. Banjo Boy says, how would you describe your style? Well, I play multiple styles. I'm just kind of like a blues-based guitar player, whether I'm playing rock or whatever. Like I'm basically a blues guitar player. But, I play blues-based solos and all that good stuff. And, I know a little bit of country picking and, finger-style guitar and all that stuff. I try to be kind of diverse on the guitar, do multiple styles. Yeah, Smoke This will do a Hoochie Coochie Man and might try Peggy Sue. Yeah. Banjo Boy says, I just read that. Ron says, that PRS is smooth as glass. I always love playing one. Ease of play and the fit and finish are nuts on those things. Yeah. A PRS, from my experience at least, like my limited experience with a PRS, it actually corrects a lot of the problems of a Gibson. It's basically a Gibson with the problems corrected. Like it stays in fucking tune. It doesn't give you scoliosis when you play a set on it, from being heavy. Really good guitars. Ron says, brother, that was sick. Appreciate that. He says, let's knock one back. All right. Yeah, let's do a shot here. Y'all tell me, got the Cuddy Sark blended scotch. And we got the Rebel small batch reserve bourbon. Y'all tell me bourbon or scotch. And I just unplugged my camera again. There we go. Taylor Langley says, yeah, Hendrix slow version. I can do a little bit of that one. And Man and Machine says, that was great, Ed. Thanks, you nailed it. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, Vox or Crybaby? I always played a Vox. I had a Crybaby in high school, and I gave it to somebody. And I got a Bad Horsey. Like, what's that? Who's that by? Morley. Got one of those. I got a Dimebag Darrell camouflage colored wah-wah pedal. I got from like a metal dude. But I always liked Vox. LaSois Boutique says, Ed, what size strings are on the PRS of 9 gauge or Ernie Ball Super Slinkies? Taylor Langley says, true story, my uncle was a trucker in the 80s and made trips to Austin. Says a young Stevie Ray would play his ass off in the bar, then pass out at the pool table afterwards. Yeah, that sounds like him. He liked to drink back in them days. Blues Rocker says, Confucius say, if one bends the G string up to the A, one must wash his finger. Yep. Tone says, Scotch. N8 Germ says, you ran out of Glenfiddich? Yeah, ran out of it. Let's see. LaSois Boutique votes Bourbon. Dennis Troy votes Bourbon. 1 Bourbon, 1 Scotch, 1 beer. I got 1 beer here. Can you tell me why you like or prefer Vox? Well, they invented them, and that's what Hendrix used. And so, yeah, I'd always use the Vox. Ron says Scotch. Tone says, hey, Ed, how come you ain't never heard of the Love Band? I don't think I know them. They were good friends with Hendrix. Oh, you mean, yeah, I've heard of a band called Love. Yeah. Don't know much of their stuff, though. George Ordway says, who played Slow Hand before Clapton? Who played Slow Hand before Clapton? I thought Clapton wrote that. I don't know. LaSois Boutique says, Taylor, awesome story, dude. Tone says, check it out, would you? Check out the band Love, yeah. Oh, I'll look them up. Robert Stott says, Love, Arthur Lee. I think Scotch might win this one. Got the Cuddy Sark with the boat on it. The favorite Scotch of Lyndon B. Johnson. All right, Peggy Sue and Hoochie Coochie Man and what was that other one? Like slow version of Voodoo Child, which I only know bits and pieces of. Tone says LBJ unalived JFK, but might have. I don't know. It said he used to ride around with this in his golf cart, like Cuddy Sark. But I got the fancy stuff though. It's like 12-year-old Cuddy Sark. Taylor Langley says, I tried to like Scotch, but it just tastes like shit to me. You got to try some more till you like it. It's kind of like the Ramones. Like the first time you try it, like it's like, that kind of sucks. You try it like a few more times, like that's really great, you know. Tone says it's true. And Dennis says, Tone, yeah, he says he used to talk to the nation while taking a poop. Yeah, he used to meet like important congressmen and stuff while he was on the fucking toilet, like LBJ. George says, slow hand in you, doing ensemble. I don't think I remember how it goes. Looks like we're doing Scotch here, though. Let's pour a shot here. Alrighty. Out of the patented Ed Phillips shot glass with my logo on there, or whatever you want to call it, my artwork that I did. Kimpai, Lakayam, cheers, whatever your cheers is in your language. Tone says, Tones and Me is pop music. Le Soir Boutique says, I gotta say, Thorogood had a sax player and rocked our ass off in the 80s every year. My first blues inspiration. Turned us on to other stuff like Bo Diddley and John Lee. Yeah, that's 2 hits he had, like Who Do You Love and One Scotch, One Bourbon. Yeah, that's Bo Diddley and John Lee Hooker songs. Tone says, hey, can you play Van Halen? I actually played a little bit of Cathedral earlier. And he says, Eruption. I don't know, but about probably 15 seconds of Eruption. Ron says acquired tastes like coffee. Yeah, Scotch is, yeah. Alright, let's do some Muddy Waters and then we'll do some Buddy Holly. Got to retune this thing. Blues Rocker says a guitar tech said it would cost $110 for frets leveled, new nut, and a setup. Is that a good price? That sounds about right to me. It's set up by Marshall, still in the house. He could probably tell you better. I usually do like most of my own stuff. Josh M says, how about some Outside Woman? I actually played that one earlier. Black Cat says, any tips for someone attempting to learn to play blues for the first time? You know, just learn that box. Like if you're trying to play lead, just getting that, you know, get that pentatonic, the blues box, you know. Like if you're an A, like your A bar chords right here. So the box will be like, you know, just learn where that box is at. Like you play lead and stuff. Alrighty. Capo. Tangled up in cables. See if I screw the lyrics up here.
Woman told my mother before I was born, you got a boy child coming, gonna be a son of a gun, gonna make pretty women jump and shout, and the world wanna know what it's all about. Well, I mean, everybody knows I'm him. I'm a Hoochie Coochie Man. Everybody knows I am. I got a black cat bone I got the Mojo too. I got the Johnny Conqueror root. I'm gonna mess with you. I'm gonna have pretty girls lead me by the hand, and the world's gonna know I'm a hoochie coochie man. Well, I'm here. Everybody knows I'm here. I'm the hoochie coochie man. Everybody knows I am. On the 7th hour, on the 7th day, on the 7th month, 7 doctors say you was born for good luck. And I see I got $700. Don't you fuck with me? Well, I'm in. Everybody knows I'm here. Everybody knows I am.
Muddy Waters. Hoochie Coochie Man. And now, get this untangled. So I had a request for Peggy Sue, Buddy Holly. See if I can still do it. I know the lyrics. Big Buddy Holly fan, actually. Love me some 50s rock.
If you do, Peggy Sue, then you know why I feel blue without Peggy. My Peggy Sue. And I love you, gal, and I need you, Peggy Sue. I love you, Peggy Sue, with a love so rare and true. Oh, Peggy, my Peggy Sue. Well, I love you, gal, and I need you, Peggy Sue. I love you, Peggy Sue, with a love so rare and true. Oh, Peggy, my Peggy Sue. Well, I love you, gal, and I need you, Peggy Sue. Peggy Sue, Peggy Sue, pretty, 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 pretty Peggy Sue. Oh, Peggy, my Peggy Sue. Well, I love you, gal, and I need you, Peggy Sue. Peggy Sue, Peggy Sue, pretty, 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 pretty Peggy Sue. Oh, Peggy, my Peggy Sue. Well, I love you, gal, and I want you, Peggy Sue.
Something like that. Buddy Holly, Peggy Sue. Now, Hendrix, like the slow version of Voodoo Child. Let's see. I don't know all the damn words to it. It had a riff in it like. Something like that, didn't it? Like on Electric Ladyland. Alrighty. Anyway. But if y'all will, give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside. I'll be right back. Got to take care of some business. Okay. Let me see what we got here. Apologize if I can't read all y'all's comments. Too much backlog here. Tone says, "Do you like Weezer, Eddie?" Yeah, I like some Weezer. Like, had a girlfriend that was like, her favorite band and shit, like back in the day. So I had to hear a lot of Weezer. Hatchet Jack says, "Well, I'm legally too young to drink, but my ma thinks I'm special and must say whiskey isn't half bad." Yeah, just, you gotta kind of, watch it with that shit. Like it'll creep up on you. Like that. Josh M says, "I like your acoustic version of Mystery Train." Oh yeah, an old Elvis song. Really a blues song he covered, actually. Blues Rocker says, "Love that tone, appreciate that." Blues Rocker says, "Mystery Train is badass." Josh, I might play that in a second. Robert Stott says, "Hey Black Cat, 1-4-5, all minor chords, minor pent scale, Tin Pan Alley, start there." Talking about playing the blues, yeah. George Ordway says, "Love E minor," or "Love 'em," or something. Blues Rocker says, "I know any Jerry Reed." That guy was a real good guitar picker. I don't know any though. And Blues Rocker says, "Amos Moses." Yeah, I'm familiar with that song. Don't know it though. Saw his grave actually, like in Nashville. He did a badass version of "Don't Think Twice" by Bob Dylan one time. Robert Stott says, "Jerry Reed, badass slinger." He could play the hell out of a guitar. And a banjo. Josh M says, "My favorite Muddy Waters song is Can't Be Satisfied." That's a good one. Hatchet Jack says, "Love Jerry Reed." Blues Rocker says, "Stray Cats" had that 50 sound a bit. Yeah, oh yeah, I love some Stray Cats, Brian Setzer. I had to learn that solo from Stray Cat Strut one time and forgot how to do it. Banjo Boy says, "Can you show us how you use or think about the box?" Talking about the blues box. Yeah, so the blues box is basically It's based on the pentatonic scale. And so let's say like you're in the key of A, right? So your A, find your A bar chord, which would be here, and that's where the box is at. So. And can't really go wrong in that box. Kind of a minor thing. You got another box down here called the BB box, the BB King box. Same key, key of A. You got like a tiny little Albert King box right here, like a, same key. Yeah. So your pentatonic's like a kind of a minor sounding thing. You can throw your major stuff in there, learn the major scale too. Right. Yeah, pretty much like a most blues lead, like played in the box, they call it. You gotta think inside the box, man. Let's see, do you like Ritchie Valens? Oh yeah, he was good. Yeah, back in the 50s and stuff. Ron says a great job on Hoochie Coochie Man. I had the right vibe and soul. Cool, appreciate that. Blues Rocker says that'll be the day. That's a Buddy Holly song. Do I know the words? Let me think here. It's an A, I think. Yeah. Fucking intro, I can't remember. Let's see. Well, that'll be the day you say goodbye. Yes, that'll be the day you make me cry. Yeah, you say you're gonna leave. You know it's a lie, cause that'll be the day when I die. Something like that. Don't know the words. How do you go about mixing minor and major? I've been playing around with that lately. You just kind of do it by feel, right? I mean, like some people like BB King, like we're more into like major kind of scales, but most blues like solos and stuff are more minor, like pentatonic at least, or it's actually like a pentatonic, like with a few extra notes. As far as I can tell, you can tell I'm like some kind of brilliant fucking music professor here, like with the theory and stuff. Just a pentatonic scale with some notes added, and that kind of sounds minor. And I have to do a video on that soon. I've been thinking about that actually. Just kind of do it by feel. Like sometimes I'll do like a major and a minor in the same phrase. Kind of do what sounds right, Josh M says, I like Les Claypool's version of Amos Moses when he played an acoustic bass and Buddy played resonator guitar. Never heard that. Like old fucking Primus guy playing Amos Moses. Damn. The Blues Rocker says, I hate it that your friend died, but his guitar belongs in your hands. May he rest in peace. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he was a great guy. You know, he set up my guitars for me when I was playing live. You know, he'd hook all my stuff up and run sound for us, and now I have to do all that shit myself. Help me carry equipment. You know, like several guitars you've seen on this channel were his. Actually, the Epiphone Lucille I had was his. That old 1969 Mustang was his. Tone says Albert King used to play a right-handed guitar with the string intact, flipped upside down on his left side. Yeah. Yeah, pretty crazy. Yeah, with the thin string on top. Like Hendrix, like reversed his strings. Yeah, old Albert King like actually left them intact with the thin string on top. Albert King was underrated. Yeah, he was a badass guitar player. Tone says Edward Phillips guitar lessons. I was never great at giving lessons. Like I had people pay me before, but might try it maybe on Patreon or something. I don't know. Blues Rocker says Ice Cream Man. Yeah, that one of the hardest guitar riffs ever. Like that breakdown in Ice Cream Man where he pauses and he goes. I had to learn that years ago. Probably don't know it now. Let's see if I can do it. Let's fuck up some Van Halen here. It's actually an old song from the 50s, like believe it or not. Blues song. All right, let's fuck it up here. Tell it's been a while. More distortion. Nope. Not gonna happen. Kind of wish my dad had named me after like Neil Young or somebody like who played simple shit. Josh M says wait, let me go back up real quick here. Tone says, what happened to your friend, Ed? He was actually at my house one day. We were, getting fucked up together, drinking. And he spent the night and woke up the next day. And he's on the couch like zombified and stuff. And I thought he had like maybe taken some edibles or taken some dope or something. And like I was kind of pissed at him. Like, what the fuck, man? And he's like, they couldn't even talk and shit. It turned out he'd had a stroke at my house. And he went about a month, like in that condition, and finally went to the hospital, and he just kept having more strokes and died in the hospital. And yeah, that's what killed old Lee. Yeah. Good friend of mine. He was older than me. He was about my dad's age. He was like 60, almost 60. Yeah, I felt bad when he died, man. Yeah. The wife had gone to China, had the house to myself. Like I brought him down, like, hey, let's get drunk, And he had a stroke, and I had no idea. Like I thought he was like taking shit. And after about a couple of weeks of him being in that state, it's like, okay, I guess he's not taking shit. He just something's wrong with him, right? Great dude too. I mean, he used to have like this $300 Australian Akubra hat, and sat it down on a table at a gig we were doing, and somebody stole it and shit. Like, gave him one of my hats. Chet says roadies go hard. Oh yeah. He pretty much roadied for me and did sound for me and guitar teched for me. Blues Rocker says 69 Mustang has a very special tone. Yeah, if you get the pickups out of phase the right way, it makes like this weird like quacking sound and shit. Lee and his buddy found that in a trash can, that 69 Mustang, and I fixed it back up. And Josh M says, Doobie Twang is the album that Les Claypool, where he plays the resonator bass guitar and his buddy plays resonator guitar. I've seen him playing a resonator bass guitar before. Like, I think he might have did, what was it, Winona's Brown Beaver on it, like in a live thing. And Taylor Langley says he also played with his thumb, talking about Albert King, I think. Tone says Hendrix couldn't do it like Albert King. That's why Albert was dissing him on some interview. Yeah. There's this Albert King interview out there with him like shit talking Hendrix. He's like, he'd mash all them buttons. He'd mash a button and it sound like this, and he'd mash a button and it sound like that. And I don't play with all them buttons and stuff. Like the one time I was pissed off at Albert King. Doody Twang. George Ordway says, I missed the loss. Sorry to hear. Yeah, I wish I could have had him on the show, old Lee. He knew my dad back in the 70s and all that shit. Let me see what we got here. Banjo Boy says, thanks for showing boxes. Oh, you're welcome, man. Taylor Langley says, Tone, listen to Hendrix, Born Under a Bad Sign. He killed that track. Yeah, that's on one of those albums I recommended in that top 10 albums list. The Hendrix Blues album. And Tone says, sure did. I've heard it, Taylor, on his blues album. He did lots of covers of blues classics. Yeah, Jimi Hendrix was a blues guitarist at the root of it. Probably influenced a lot by T-Bone Walker, like pretty much everybody else, and also influenced by Albert King, of course. And he did them big crazy bends. That's Albert King talking there. It's kind of a shame that Albert shit talked him, Blues Rocker says that the blues version of Ice Cream was what I was expecting. Okay, yeah, I don't know the words to it and shit. Josh M says, is there a new electric cherry red? New electric guitar cherry red. It's that PRS back there. It's Paul Reed Smith. I've had that about a year. Blues Rocker says, I've read that. Let's see, Tone says, that album is Hendrix's best, in my opinion, the blues album. That's a great album. He fucking shreds some shit on there. And Tone says, hey, Ed, I'm sorry to hear that. Tragic. Talking about Lee, my old roadie guy. He says, when did this happen? It was like 2023 in September, actually. Josh M says, yeah, Eddie Van Halen is pretty complex. Yeah, I think he was like classically influenced. Tone says, should have went to the hospital sooner. Yeah. I don't know how much they could have helped him, And Ron says, that sucks, brother. That did suck. Like, yeah. I'll tell you a story. This one time, we were playing at a World of Beer restaurant, and I wanted him to try a Chimay Blue, right? Fancy, like, beer made by monks in Belgium, a Chimay Blue, right? $16 a glass. And I bought him one. I was like, here, try this. And he liked it. And he kept ordering those damn things all night. Like, while I was playing. And, got off stage, like, later, came back. And said, your bar tab is $140. I'm like, what the fuck? And, he'd been ordering those $16 beers all night long. And I had to pay for it, of course. And he didn't have no fucking money. He lived in a camper. And And I didn't even cuss him out or get mad. I was just like, well, at least you got to try some, you know. Tone says, I can't imagine finding my friend that way. Yeah, I thought he was fucked up. He was sitting on the couch, just like, I thought he'd taken some edibles or something. Because he was known to do that. Blues Rocker says, did you know Sammy Hagar's name is actually Sammy Belcher? And Ace Frehley's last name is Fribley. Oh, I didn't know that. And Jay Hines says, sorry, Ed, that's rough. Yeah, I'm still getting over that shit, man. Blues Rocker says, how do you prefer the guitar to be out of phase on a humbucker, single humbucker guitar? Well, if you got a guitar with one pickup, you can't really do out of phase, really, can you? But you know, with two humbuckers, you know, you just put the pickup selector in the middle here, and you can kind of get like some rockabilly tones and shit. You know, like that. Taylor Langley says, Albert King didn't like anyone but Stevie, though. Yeah, he was good friends with Stevie Ray Vaughan. Josh M says, Albert King was probably jealous of Jimmy. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of guitar players were jealous of Hendrix in the 60s. Taylor says he had a huge ego. The Blues Rocker says, didn't like Jimi Hendrix also play with Jim... Didn't Jimi Hendrix also play with Jim Brown? I believe he did. I'm not sure. Banjo Boy says, did you ever care about sweep? Like sweep picking like they do in metal? I never learned how to do that. But sounds cool when they do it. And Tone says, very sad last year. Chimay Blue. Yeah, he got to try some Chimay Blue and cost me $140 that one night. Sean Springs says, hi Ed, how are you tonight? Did you check out Jeff Beck auction today? I've heard about it like in the chat. I didn't know about it till tonight when I got on here. But yeah, but one of his guitars sold for 1.3 million pounds. That's crazy. He used to turn his amps around backwards for some reason. I guess because they were so loud. LaSoie Boutique says, Jimmy's girlfriend Betty Davis's album Rock. She's like his twin and married Miles Davis. Influenced them both. Yeah. Like me some Miles Davis too. Ron Swanson says, Ed is the best guy. Runs a $100 bar tab in his name, and he say, glad you got to try some. Yeah. I was too like jaded at that point to cuss him out. I was just like, well, you know, you got to try some, so fuck it. Yeah, I had to pay the damn bar tab. George Ordway says, engineered a couple headliner bands, Bad Company and the Romantics. Cool. So, when you're doing live sound, do you use any compression? Curious about that. Taylor Langley says, Hendrix almost played with the Dead, but was chasing some cat and missed out on the jam. That would have been legendary. That would have been pretty cool, yeah. And Blues Rocker says, Jeff Beck is the king of the whammy bar. He did some cool fucking guitar picking in his day. Get a beer here. Banjo Boy says, maybe baby I'll be true. That's Buddy Holly there. Baby. All right. Out of the damn Hefeweizen. So now we're doing the Coors Banquet. It's like Smokey and the motherfucking Bandit. Tone says, cheers. questions, comments, y'all? Blues Rocker says, Coors tastes watered down to me, but I'll drink. Yeah, I mean, yes, just a standard American beer. You know, when I don't have money to buy cool stuff, I buy stuff like this. So Tone says, hey, Ed, do you like Ritchie Valens? He had some good shit. They're like back in the 50s, early 60s, right? La Bamba. La 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 Bamba. Yeah, he died on the plane with Buddy Holly. That's right, yeah. Sebastian Halfpenny says, love the album, man. Have been a fan since your Resonator sessions in the woods. I believe it was the Skip James Devil Got My Woman blues that you had done that caught my attention. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's been a while. It's been a few years. And LeSois says, Coors powered. My first beer, Rocky Mountain Spring Water. Yep, it says right here on the can, like, brewed with 100% Rocky Mountain water since 1873. Taylor Langley says, I got super drunk one time on Coors Light and had the worst hangover of my life. Never drank that beer again. I rarely ever drank Coors Light. Like, when I get Coors, I buy this stuff. You know, like if you're a beer snob and you're broke, you know, like I am, I'm not like some rich fucker. Like, you buy what cool beer you can, and then you fill it out with regular old cheap American beer. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, Red-Headed Stranger album was a great listen. And Joseph Galasso says, in the Big Bopper, The Day the Music Died. Right, yeah. Big Bopper, Ritchie Valens, and old Buddy Holly was on that plane. And Blues Rocker says, and great guitar on that album, Willie Nelson, Red-Headed Stranger. Yeah, he played that damn classical guitar that got holes through it and shit. Because he plays it with a pick. You're not supposed to use a pick on a classical guitar. They got very thin wood. It's a Martin, I think it is. Tone says, Coors is better than Bud Light in my opinion. Yeah. I have never paid for Bud Light in my life except to buy it for like a chick who wanted some. I fucking hate Anheuser-Busch products. Taylor Langley says, Rolling Rock in the bottle is good if you get it cold. And that's some pretty good shit. Yeah. Damn it. I done unhook my camera again. Hang on just one second. I keep kicking the damn cord out. I'm still here, y'all. Sebastian Halfpenny says, you're a big influence to me and have now shown me that with enough effort and time, a tight album can be accomplished successfully despite the many setbacks and delays that come with doing the album. Yeah, fucking albums like climbing a damn mountain, man. Like, especially like doing it all yourself. And not being a great drummer. Yeah, it took me a while. Like, I probably could have got it out earlier, but actually my roadie guy Lee that passed away, like he was around like when I did some of the first songs on that record. The Blues Rocker says it was new then. And Tone says, wait, hang on. Tone says, hey Ed, what do you think about the Village People performance at the Trump inauguration? I didn't see that part. But yeah, he like apparently like YMCA is Trump's theme song, and he played it like the night that he won the election. Can't say I'm a big Village People fan. George Ordway says, I got a call on the walkie-talkie that there was a problem in the Romantics green room. Asked them what was the problem. The food is old. Went in and made a sandwich and eat it. Continued. Shit. But George, like, did you use like any compression like on the vocals or anything like when you were doing live sound? Like I put a little bit of compression on my vocals live. Chet says, just go back to horseback. Okay, Superman Reeves. Tone says, yes, screw Anheuser. Yeah, the Anheuser-Busch. Yeah, not too many Anheuser-Busch products I ever liked. Like, when they had the boycott, I was like, well, I don't drink their shit anyway, so. Blues Rocker says, MGD. Let's see, Tone says, webcam unplugged. Yep. I keep kicking it loose. Joseph Galasso says, Trigger is Willie Nelson's guitar's name. Oh, yeah, the Trigger. Yeah, it's that beat up classical he plays. Blues Rocker says, that camera ain't a wah-wah pedal, Ed. Yeah, I keep kicking it. Tone says, they planned all the classics. YMCA, Macho Man, In the Navy. Right. I'm just not gay enough to listen to the Village People. I'm about like maybe 10% gay, but I mean, I can't listen to disco, man. Taylor Langley says, did you see the Billy Ray Cyrus set at the Trump Ball? The Billy Ray played? Shit. Don't tell my heart, ache and break your heart. I saw the Trump Ball, like where they did Elvis, like singing the American Trilogy, like he sang, was it Battle Hymn of the Republic, like the Elvis version. That's about all I saw of that. Taylor Langley says, I read that. Martian Murray says, did you do drums first when recording your album? Yeah, all the drum tracks first. Well, I did like scratch tracks, you know, acoustic and vocals of all the songs, and I played drums over that, you know. Banjo Boy says, are you ever going to brew beer again? Yeah, probably sometime soon. I might brew like a Hefeweizen for spring or something. Might film it. The Blues Rocker says, I need to put the dog out and go to bed. Trump probably had nothing to do with the Village People being part of it. His family probably pulled one over on him. Haha. Now that's kind of like his theme song. Like he plays that all the time and shit. But you have a good one, Blues Rocker. You going to bed? He says, good night, Ed. Enjoyed the stream. All right, see you later, man. You have a good one. La Soie Boutique says, thanks, Ed. You lit a fire under my old ass to play the blues again. Got new strings and I'm sliding in open D. Cool. Keep on playing, man. Tone says, you don't have to be gay to listen to them, the Village People. He says, I'm not either. I just never developed a taste for disco. Blues Rocker says, I just read that. Taylor Langley says, you got to watch it. Yeah, I'll have to see that. Chet says, Land of Cotton, Old Times Not Forgotten. Yeah. It's kind of interesting, like when they played Elvis's Battle Hymn of the Republic, the American Trilogy. Dixie's actually a part of that song. It's one of the songs attached to it. And it's kind of interesting how they edited that out. But they had like a little piece of it in there. Like, I don't know, no. Delve Guy says, they said that he made him rich. But from STL, so me and Bud have been buds till I just finally got tired lately. Banjo Boy says, are you ever going to get your hands on a metal guitar? But I got a metal resonator in the house. Got to fix it back up and stuff. Chet says, Chris Benoit, good old wrestler. Back in the day. Kind of a heel now, I guess. He killed his family. Joseph Galasso says, God bless the USA, Trump song played at rallies. Yeah, right. Yeah, Lee Greenwood. That is a song I do hate. Not that I hate America or anything. I just hate that fucking song. I remember that song from my childhood when they were fighting the first Gulf War. And, never want to hear that song again. Like, man. Let's see. Tone says, LOL, Lee Greenwood. Yep. Chet says, Dixie is a beautiful song. It is a great song, yeah. Tone says, it's too cheesy. Yeah. I mean, like, it kind of sounds like like a North Korean propaganda song, but like the American version of that or something. It's just it's just too goddamn sappy, you know. Chet says, "Look away, look away." Taylor Langley says, "Should I get an SG or a 335 next?" Man, I mean, I already got like an SG, like, so I'd probably get a 335 myself. But I mean, it kind of depends on what kind of music you're going for. You know, SG is a good rock and roll guitar, of course. Good for playing heavy stuff if you're into that too. 335 is going to be more like your old traditional style of guitar, like for playing blues and stuff like that. Tone says overplayed too, talking about Lee Greenwood. Yeah, he says right. It's like propaganda. Yeah, you know, you ever heard those North Korean like propaganda songs, like like the only music they have in North Korea, like Kim Jong Un is God. Blah, 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 blah. Delve said Black Oak did it a cappella. Right, yeah. They actually they brought some music into it. They kicked into the band like halfway through. Did like a southern rock version of it, talking about Dixie. George Ordway says, "Do you think I am the last signature on the check to get you paid? If I were you, I would readjust your perspective." Last signature on the check to get you paid. Not sure what you meant. Last signature on the check to get you paid. If I were you, I'd Robert Stott says 335. He says F a SG. That SG's kind of weird. You got to kind of get used to them. Sean Spring says Garth Hudson died today. Last member of the band, fellow Canadian. Really? They're all dead? Like the guys in the band? That sucks. They actually had a big influence on like other musicians. They weren't like terribly popular with the public. They were a big influence on Clapton and George Harrison and people like that. Tone says, I know what you're talking about, LOL. Tone says, I like the song, though. And the guitarist from Thin Lizzy died, too. Oh, shit. Let's see. And Joseph says, I like the band song "The Weight." Yeah, I've had to play that like 1,000 times. Don't know the words though. I kind of like the night they drove old Dixie down and Cripple Creek, you know, songs like that by them. I can't believe the entire band is dead. I knew like Levon Helm was dead. George Ordway says, oh no, if true, put a link. I love the band. They were really popular with other musicians. They kind of inspired like Eric Clapton to step back and tone his shit down and stop playing with the Marshall stack and all that. And you know, they were kind of writing like really plain music and getting out of the psychedelia type of thing. And like a lot of the big music guys at that time were listening to them. Sean Spring says Clapton wanted to join the band. They were pretty big, loads of radio hits. We played Ophelia with my horn band, killer tune. Joseph says, easy to play the weight, capo on the second. I think I played it in A. Let me see. There we go. Something like that. Take a load off Annie. Take a load of Queen. Take a load off Annie. Man, put the load right on me. Went something like that. And I played it with other people singing it. Sean Springs says, Rick Danko dead, Robbie Robertson dead, Levon Helm dead. P.S. Yes, Ed, key of A, no capo. Yeah. Chet says, take a load for free? Never. Yeah, I'd charge for that. Do you know Eve of Destruction? Tone says, I don't know it. I'm familiar with the song. Old 60s tune. Robert Stott says, Richard Manuel hung himself, 80s. The band. Damn. I didn't know that. So the organ guy died too? Like the keyboard player? Sean Spring says, I give a load for free. LaSoie Boutique says, yeah, the band in the Hawks, Robbie Robertson kills it. Rick Danko was the brightest star, most loved. Sean Spring says, today, Garth Hudson was the organ player. Oh, that's the guy who died today. Okay. And George Ordway says, Robbie passed? Stink. Robert Stott says, Richard keyboard, Garth keys, organ. And they broke up like back in the 70s, right? Yeah, they had that big, that big film, like their last concert with Bob Dylan there and all that stuff. Phooey. Like, the best band from Canada was fucking Guess Who, though. Joseph Galasso says, Eve of Destruction, a D, A, G, B minor, and D suspended 4. Easy song to play. I can't, like, get the tune, like, in my head, like, enough of it, like, to pull it out of my ass. It's like, world keeps burning over and over and over again. Something like that. I'd have to give it a listen. Tone says you have to sing it with a raspy voice, though. Right. Robert Stott says, Barry Maguire, Eve of Destruction. The guy who wrote Get Together actually lives in my hometown, or has a house here at least. He married some chick from here. Jesse Colin Young from the Young Bloods. You know what I'm talking about? That old boomer hippie song. Come on, people now, smile on your brother. Everybody get together. Try and love one another right now. Yeah, he actually lives like a couple of miles from me. Probably about 5 miles. I think he's like 80 now, or in his 80s. Never met him. Kind of surprised I haven't met him, like him living here and stuff. I first heard Kurt Cobain or somebody from Nirvana like singing that like at the beginning of Territorial Pissings on a Nirvana record. Remember that? George Ordway says a YouTube search, the band Woodstock. Oh, I didn't know they were at Woodstock. I don't think they were into film, were they? This is Tone says old timer. Taylor Langley says I hope he got his royalties paid from Kurt Cobain. He probably did, yeah. He probably made more money on that than he made on the original recording. Remember that? It's on the Nevermind record. Like they start the song like, "Come on, people down, smile on your brother, everybody get together, try and love one another right now." Then they start the song. And Tone says, "Yeah, I remember." He's got them member berries going. Let's take a shot here. What do y'all think? He says he lived close to you. Yeah. About 5 miles up the road in downtown Aiken. That nice old mansion up there. What'll it be, y'all? Pick my poison here. You got the bourbon, the Rebel Bourbon from Kentucky. You got the Cutty Sark 12-year-old Scotch. What do y'all think? Tone says jamming with him would be cool. I know people who know him, but I've never met him. Like if I met him, I could probably play with him and shit. I don't know. If James Brown was still alive, I might be playing with him actually. Like he used to hire local musicians. He lived in Augusta, across the river from me. I had a run-in with him one time, like on the street. I waved at him and he waved back at me. I've met several people who played with James. Taylor Langley says bourbon. Tone says bourbon. Basil says 12 years of Scotch. Tone says you could impress him with. You're a good player. I'd appreciate that. I'd probably tell him like, you were pretty good in that fucking Nirvana song. Just piss him off or something. Chet says, if Rick James. Josh M says, you should go jam with him. Yeah, dude, if I could get like fucking hooked up with him and shit. Tone says, I just read that. Ron Swanson says, hey Ed, what's your strangest fan story? And he says Scotch. I think it's going to be Scotch. Okay. One time this Canadian dude sent me a bunch of morel mushrooms in the mail. No, I don't know, Ron. Strangest fan story. I never had any stalkers or nothing like that. My fans are cool. All right, we'll do some Scotch here. Some strange groupie stories. All right. Cutty Sark 12-year-old blended Scotch with the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Here we go. But yeah, like if you're ever in Britain, this fucking ship here on the bottle is still intact. It still exists. The Cutty Sark ship. You can actually visit it. It's like a museum now or something. Old sailing ship. Torton sends me a #1 hand sign. What's up, man? Tone says that's cool. Taylor Langley says, will they refill your bottle? I don't know if I'd want to travel that far to get a refill. Chet says, please, because AI got something for you. Yeah, fucking AI gonna take my job. Josh M says, I bet he's got some stories. Yeah. Torton says, or Tortron says, it's a British ship, rum, sodomy, and the lash. Right. Yeah, they got that boat like sitting in dry dock, like an old 200-year fucking sailing ship over in England, I think. You know, one of them old leaky, fucking rickety piece of shit sailing ships you had to stay on for 3 months to get to America. Yeah, I do have some damn groupie stories. Like, some of them are too hot for YouTube. Tone says, hey, don't be chain smoking now. That's all I do. I'm off the chain, man. LaSois Boutique says, I got to hang out with Kurt. Like, shit, really? Goddamn. I told him after the show I was learning blues guitar and that his vocals were so intense, like sludgy Sabbath, but even more sick notes in there. He told me to check something. I know that Kurt was a big Leadbelly fan. He says, yeah, and like continuation of that comment, to check out Leadbelly, how much he loved Leadbelly. Yeah, he was a big Leadbelly fan. He tried to buy Leadbelly's guitar and couldn't get the money up. That's fucking crazy. Like, met Kurt Cobain. Shit. Tortron says, after dark, too hot for YouTube. Yes. So me, I'm kind of a, what you might call a cusper. I'm kind of in between Generation X and the millennials. I kind of got like a bit of both worlds. I actually enjoyed the music of Kurt Cobain while he was still alive for a while in the early 90s. And yeah, I remember like his death being announced on MTV News by Kurt Loder, and watch that. Like kind of remember it like people remember, like, you know, where were you when John Kennedy died, right? Chet says, Tabitha Soren. And he says, where she is. Ron says, Chet's riding high. And you know, fucking Ron's my age. You kind of know, kind of getting that like a bit of both worlds, like a bit of Gen X and a bit of the millennial generation. You know, but being I'm 41 now. I had a rotary dial phone when when I was a kid and stuff. Tortron says, if you can remember moving, playing music, don't forget to take a multivitamin and an aspirin before bed. Yeah. Like the aspirin's like usually the day after, like, you know, for a hangover. Set Up by Marshall says, it was fun to watch it all happen in the Northwest. I heard about them with Bleach. And then all of a sudden you couldn't get into a show. Yeah, Bleach was like the early album, yeah. Tortron says MTV. Oh, okay. That makes it make sense. if you can remember MTV playing music, don't forget to take a multivitamin and an aspirin before bed. Yeah. Yeah, I'm old. Yeah. Yep, I remember MTV playing music. When I first started watching MTV, they had Nirvana and Metallica doing the Black Album and Justice for All, and like Guns N' Roses like doing November Rain and stuff like that. And Ron says, "Yeah, I'm kind of a throwback." La Soie Boutique says Tabitha and Michael Lewis, the great writer, got married. Delve Guy says, I stopped at the 70s. Sweaty Ted said, we tried to perfect our craft, and you just learn 3 chords. Yep. It's kind of my dad. Like, he stopped in the 70s. I had pretty typical boomer parents, and they thought, like, Nirvana was the worst band of all time. Like, that's a bunch of goddamn racket. We had good shit back in my day. Ron says, smells like Team Spirit. Damn boomers, man. Still running the fucking government. Like, I seen that crowd, that old crowd at Trump's inauguration, like all boomers. Time to retire, y'all. You know, boomers, like, I don't hate y'all, but listen up. Like, this is your kids talking here. You know, kids from the fucking 90s, like, remember me and stuff? Them kids you had in the 80s. Like, that you used as, like, little decorations and stuff. Time for y'all to retire. Like, I mean, just enjoy the short time that you still have left on Earth. Like, goddamn. For fuck's sake. Tone says, ain't nothing wrong with boomers. I mean, you know, they had good music and stuff. But they will not retire. They will not let go. You know. La Soie Boutique says Bikini Kill. Yeah, the band back in the day. Delve Guy says, working on that. Yep. Set Up by Marshall says, I sure hope they legalize marijuana at the federal level. I don't know with Trump. Like, he's not a big drug guy. Like, he's never even taken a drink. Like, I don't know with him. He's like a teetotaler, you know. His brother died of alcohol. Like, he's never had a drop in his life. Innate Germ says, bring on the cusp of Boomer and Gen X. I'm feeling attached right now. So, like, born, like, sometime in the mid-60s, I guess. Delve Guy says, but go out with a bang. Yep. Chet says, I don't mind the sun sometimes. La Soie Boutique says, Fiddler, cheap beer, go cane. Josh M says, fruit smoothies would help with my hangovers. I've tried everything. Like, nothing helps. Innate Germ says 63. Okay, yeah. That's that's like a young boomer. Yep. Yeah, I'm like, you know, I was born in the 80s, 1983. I had boomer parents, 90s generation. You know, started high school in 1997. So I know the boomers very well. They were my parents. They ran my school. Like, like their music. you know, kind of resent them for hating Nirvana, but N8 Germ says 63. Okay, so you're my mother's age. Yeah, like a, yeah, kind of a young boomer. Yeah. Chet says cinnamon and sugar and Chet says played baseball with the bassist nephew. Talking about what Chris Novoselic, his nephew. He says Broadway Bank. Let's play a tune here.
She do, my gal doing something I know it won't work. Me and her one just might get hurt. She's an evil motherfucker, don't you know? Or a bad motherfucker, don't you know? But I'm a rotten motherfucker, ain't gonna tell you no lies. Say I don't love my woman, tell you the reason why. Fill my pants full of red devil eyes. She's an evil motherfucker, don't you know? Or a rotten motherfucker, don't you know? I'm a smoking motherfucker, ain't gonna tell you no lie. Grandpa told Grandma last year, you're getting too old to shit your kid. You a stiff motherfucker, don't you know? You a wore out motherfucker, don't you know? You a fucking motherfucker, ain't gonna tell you no lie. Monkey and the baboon playing in the grass. Monkey picked it up and it busted his ass. He's a fine motherfucker, don't you know? He's a running motherfucker, don't you know? I'm a bad motherfucker, ain't gonna tell you no lie.
All right, Mother For Ya. Versions of that song like go back to the 1930s, actually. That old hokum and stuff, you know. George Ordway says, we had to get a satellite dish to get the world signals. We had a family reunion, and MYV did their first live concert. We stayed up for it. Loverboy. Oh, damn. That's some old Canadian stuff from the 80s. Rodolfo Vizcarra says, your vids are the best. Greetings from El Paso, Texas. Well, thank you for that, man. I appreciate that. Joseph Galasso says, Trump owns a winery and makes sparkling white and red wines. His winery is near Charlottesville. Yeah, it's kind of strange. because he's never had a drop of alcohol in his life, or he says he's not big on the fucking alcohol and stuff. Ron Swanson says, "Deadly man, I appreciate that." Hey, make a cigarette right now. Damn, I done smoked almost more than half this pack. Shit. Questions, comments, y'all. And a pink lighter, because I'm a real man. I can use a pink lighter. I wonder if I can find some Trump wine at the liquor store, bring a bottle back here and try it on the show and just tell you what I think. I tried Snoop Dogg's wine; it was like actually really good. Snoop Dogg has some pretty fine shit. Look at red wine. That 19 Crimes, I think it was. Keith Peterson sends me $10. He says, "Long time. Can I get a random?" Yeah, I can do that for you. Yeah. Let me smoke this cigarette right here, and I'll play you a random song. Welcome back, man. Ain't seen you in a while. That fucking hurricane wipe you out? But yeah, really do appreciate those super chats, man. Super chats are the life of this show, so, you know, if you want to throw me a tip, please do that. I would appreciate it. Hit that like button, subscribe, share this on your social media. That don't cost you nothing. Tone says Snoop Dogg's wine was nice. And I believe he did a fucking little song at one of Trump's balls or something like that, didn't he? Like Snoop Dogg. Ron says, "That's right. Takes a real man to be cool with a pink lighter." I think I stole this from my sister. Tone says, "Hey Ed, do you know any Bill Haley? I know a little bit of Rock Around the Clock, like lyrically. I can do some of that." Joseph Galasso says, "What about Billy Beer? I drank a lot of that." Oh, that's back in the day. That's Billy Carter's brother. I mean, Jimmy Carter's brother. Yeah. I wish I could have tried some of that. My wife brought me a Ronald Reagan calendar. So I'm going to be looking at the face of Ronald Reagan for the next year. And Jimmy Carter wasn't even in the fucking ground yet. She brought me that. I brought you a calendar. And Tone says, "Yes, Snoop was at Trump's inauguration." It's kind of funny because the first time Trump won, Snoop was like, "They ain't playing there. You black guys that are playing there, a bunch of Uncle Toms." And now he's playing there. Ron says, "No Zippo. I got a Zippo for Christmas, but I got to put gas in it, actually." Tone says, "Shake, rattle, and roll." Good old damn 50 song there. Ron says, "Never seen you with one." Yeah, I got one. Tone says, "Old Ronald Snoop flip-flopped." Let's think of a random tune we can play for Keith Peterson here. While I smoke. Yeah, I'll put this thing out here. All right, a rando. Let's see. Let's do some Robert Johnson. Yeah, this one.
both night and day. I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. Got no sweet woman to be rolling this way. I'm the man that rolls icicles hanging on the trees. I'm the man that rolls icicles hanging on the trees. Hit me howling down on my bending knees. I'm a hard-working man, I've been for many long years. I'm a hard-working man, have been for many long years. Some creep up piece of my money, it won't never happen no more. Can't give your sweet woman everything she wants at just one time. Can't give your sweet woman everything she wants at just one time. Got rabbit on the brain and a monkey man on the mind. I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. Steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. Can't get no sweet woman to be rolling this way.
Now, Bill Haley, let's see. You gotta have delay for Bill Haley. Don't know the fucking words though.
1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rock. 9, 10, 11 o'clock, 11, the little rock. Round clock tonight, put your glad rags on and join me on. We're gonna rock till the clock strikes one. We're gonna rock round the clock tonight. Rock, rock, rock to the broad daylight. Gonna rock, rock, rock around the clock tonight.
Yeah, a little bit of rock around the clock. Get that damn solo. Let's see what we got here. Ron says, I know a few good tricks with the Zippo. They're good. They don't go out in the wind and stuff. Joseph says, I thought Snoop said he was headed to north to Canada if Trump won. Now he headed to Trump's inauguration. Keith Peterson says, nice, I appreciate that. Chet says, I still have my chain wallet. I never had one of those. Like, kind of big back in my day, yeah. George Ordway says, I had a friend that would ask for a light, and he would engage in conversation, and he pocketed the lighter. Happened to me about 5 times. Started carrying a pink lighter, always got it back. Oh yeah, I've had lighters stolen from me, and I've stolen lighters too. Chet says that before the Metallica concert, had to hide it. And after the show, good Lord, there were fights. Keith Peterson sends me $10 in a super chat. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. He says, can I get old Bob Lee? You mean Stack of Lee? Is that what you're talking about? Keith Peterson says, outstanding. Appreciate that. Tone says, I like that song you played before. That was Robert Johnson. Yeah, that was Steady Rolling Man. Robert Stott says, hands clapping, feet stomping. Cool. Appreciate that. He says, that was cool, man. Thanks, Ed. I appreciate it. He says, you rock. Thank you, man. George Ordway says, oh, no. Ron Swanson says, will do you a little claw hammer picking or maybe some flailing? Will you do a little claw hammer picking on the banjo? Yeah, I can do that in like a second. Yeah. Keith Peterson says, yes, okay. He means Stack of Lee. I'll play that. Let me smoke this real quick. Tone says, nice rendition. Appreciate that. Robert Stott says, Danny Cedron, that famous solo on that died shortly after recording. Ron says, haven't seen you in a good long while, Keith. Robert Stott says, Keith Peterson, keeping it alive up on here. Respect. Yeah, I appreciate them super chats from Keith there. Joseph says, Cheerios and beer with tomato juice and Tabasco sauce. Good for hangover for breakfast the morning after. Tomato juice and Tabasco sauce. I never tried that one. Sporty Otter Pop says, good morning, Edward. Just woke. What's up? How you doing? Alrighty, do some Stack of Lee here. It's the last little bit of tobacco here. They put the heroin right there, you know. Look at the capos.
Police officer, how can it be? You can arrest everybody but cruel Stack of Lee. Oh, that bad man. Oh, cruel Stack of Lee. Billy DeLine told Stack of Lee, please don't take my life. I got two little babies and a darling loving wife. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stack of Lee. What do I care about your two little babies and your darling loving wife? You done stole my Stetson hat and I'm bound to take your life. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stack of Lee. When I spotted Billy DeLine, he was lying on the floor. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, Stack of Lee. Billy DeLine about a $5 Stetson hat. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, stack of leaves. They all gathered round, hands held up high. And when they killed him, they was glad to see him die. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, stack of leaves. Oh, that bad man. Oh, Carew, stack of leaves.
Some Stack of Lee right there. Mississippi John Hurt's version. Old traditional song. Nobody knows who wrote it. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. Thank you very much for your generosity, man. I appreciate that a lot. To read some of these comments here. Let's see. George Ordway says, any David plus David in you? David and David. I'm not sure if I know any of that. Tone says, heroin. The one drug I never tried, heroin. Sporty Otter Pop says, just in time for Stagger Lee. It's got multiple names. Stack Lee, Stag Lee, Stagger Lee. Just depends on who's playing it. Chet says, the good stuff. I appreciate that. Josh M says, what was the song you played earlier? I'm a bad mother. It's called Mother Foyer. B.B. King played it. People did it before him. Like, goes back to the 40s, that version. But songs like that called I'm a Bad Mother or stuff like that go back to the 30s. Like Memphis Minnie sang I'm a bad mother for you. Right. This old hokum stuff. Sporty Otter says Mississippi John Hurt did a really gentle, lovely version of this one. Yeah, he kind of talked while he was singing. He's like, oh, bad man, oh, Stackley. He didn't get real loud with his voice. Frank Morgendorfer says Stackley the best. Thanks, Ed. Appreciate that. Ron Swanson says good man at Keith Peterson. Oh yeah, appreciate that. He says Keith Peterson says badass. Appreciate that very much. Josh M says I like broccoli. Oh, broccoli sucks, man. Ron Swanson says sounding great. Robert Stott says make heroin great again. Yeah. Right. Make it pure again. Josh M says make music great again. Yeah, that'd be a tall order to make music great again. Yeah. Chet says Texan sent Stephen F. Austin. You talking about Stone Cold? Sporty Otter says, did you hear my spoonful where I tagged you, Edward? I was really proud of that one. I did not hear that. You send me an email or something? Do you have a link to it? Yeah, let's send me a link and I'll play it on here. Sporty Otter says, I know I tagged you the link. Okay, let me see here. I have to find it. Send me that link one more time. Taylor Langley says, could you do Rambling on My Mind? I played a bit of it earlier. I don't know all the lyrics yet. I'm working on that one actually to do a video. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some business, and I'll be right back. All right. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. He says, "Can I get when the levee breaks? I'll do that for you." Yeah, man. We're gonna watch one by Sporty Otter real quick. Version of Spoonful she put up online. So Keith, you get some snow down there in Florida? I heard there was like some badass snow like around Pensacola, like that area. Got an inch and a half here in South Kakalaki. Let's play this. Let's watch this real quick here. It's a Sporty Otter Pop doing Spoonful. And give me 1 second to pull it up here. Damn it. All right. There we go.
So good morning, little puppies. Today we're gonna have a spoonful of love.
It's a classical guitar.
Send out to Miss Etta, who did it more better. This spoonful.
Look, old classical acoustic with nylon strings there. Oh, Etta James version. Oh, okay, okay. I don't think I've heard her version. Like Etta James. Skip around here a little bit. That's pretty much the same lyrics as Howlin Wolf was doing. Yeah. Doing it in G. I need to look up Etta James' version of that. I haven't heard her version. It's like 145. They did a good job there doing some old blues on the classical acoustic. I have not heard Etta James' version of it. Let me see. Cool, cool. Let's do some levee breaks for Keith Peterson here. capo. Let me restart this chat real quick, like kind of glitching on me and stuff. Computer's being glitchy. All right, there we go. Here we go. Give me 1 second here.
If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And the water's gonna come, have no place to stay. All last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. All these people that have no place to stay. Look here, mama, what am I to do? Look here, mama, what am I to do? Ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. Levee, mama, both night and day. I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that water away. Well, the crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, you got to lose. Worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. Well, I worked on the levee, mama, both night and day. Ain't got nobody to keep that water away. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. I'm going back to my used to be. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Told me to leave my baby and my happy home.
That's a Memphis Minnie and Kansas Joe McCoy, When the Levee Breaks. That particular part of the country right now, having a different problem than flooding. They got like a fucking foot deep of snow right now. All right, let's read some comments here. Keith Peterson sent me another $10. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate you, man. Let's see. Sporty Otter says, yeah, thanks, Taylor. I don't claim I'm Edward, but I'm working hard to get better. Hey, you doing good there? Tone says, Ed, how'd you become good at singing while playing? Just, you know, being forced to sing in bands, like, over the years and stuff. I was never, like, a natural singer. Like, it just came to me, like, over time. Can't read all these too too much backlog here. Sorry if I can't read your comment. Let's see here. Dennis Troy says 93 thumbs up. Cool. Jay Hines says, Chet, if I remember, I had a couple of weeks ago, you were playing some good stuff on a car in your garage. Let me back up here and look at some stuff. Too many comments here. Show's getting popular. Shit. Ron says, everyone see the new Robert Johnson video. Yeah, last video I put out recently. Stein Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? Send me some Mayhem records. Taylor Langley says, South Louisiana got 12 inches of snow. That's crazy. Yeah, that's insane, like for fucking like New Orleans and stuff. Yeah. Like never snows down there. Sporty Otter says, I will be hearing a lot of Hatchet Jack one day once he's of age. Yeah, I bet. The guy was good. I watched one of his videos on the stream one night. And, yeah, he's a very good guitar player, doing the blues real good. Jay Hines says, oh, I read that. Let's see, we'll read some stuff here. Banjo Boy says, I opened my windows today. Do you guys have Groundhog Day? Yeah, that's January 2nd or 3rd, something like that. Keith Peterson says, thanks, you back. I appreciate that. Banjo Boy says, Etta played an SG. Oh, damn. Etta James. Jay Hines says, Sporty, oh yeah, Hatchet Jack. The Banjo Boy says, that's a big mic. What is it? I think that's a Yeti that she's got in that video there. Jay Hines says, Ed, I watched you playing a live blues gig. I like the way you sang it. You put your own soul into it. Yeah, I put up a few live songs on here, like on the channel. Kind of hard to record live band songs and make them sound good, you know, like with one mic and shit. LaSoie Boutique says, sounding good, Ed. There's an old blues guy that actually reminds me a lot of Snoop Dogg's voice. It's Jimmy Witherspoon. I think like John Hurt kind of reminds me of Snoop Dogg a little bit. You know, that whispering kind of like, yeah, right. Jay Hines says, Taylor, that's got to be a record. We have a meteorologist, Henry Blake, that was from Louisiana, just moved back and was talking about it. Jay Hines says, Ed, you guys had a great sound in that live gig. I did a few where I like mic'd everything and did like separate tracks and stuff, but the biggest one I had on here live, like a live gig with the band, was Red Rooster. And that was like done with one mic. Taylor Langley says, a dumb question, but how do you go about how do you go about getting a band together? I say I'm pretty decent, but mainly just play by myself. Don't really know how to break out onto the scene. You just kind of got to like get out there and network with different musicians. Band mix helps too. You can meet people on band mix. But you really have to vet people, like jam with them one good time before you hire them. Because, you know, like if you don't live in a music town, like chances are like most of your local randos are not going to be able to play worth a fuck. But you know, just get a good listen to them before you start a band with them. Keith Peterson sends me another $10. He says, let me get one more random. I'll do that for you, man. Appreciate that super chat very much. Appreciate all the super chats I've been getting tonight. Let's do a rando here. can I do here? The other slide.
You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. What a woman that I love took from my best friend. Some joker got lucky, stole her back again. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, now she's gone, I know she won't come back. I've taken the last nickel out of a nation's thing. You better come on in my kitchen. Well, it's going to be raining outdoors. Can't you hear that wind howl? Can't you hear that wind howl? You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Now the winter time coming, you know it won't be snow. Can't take the winter, baby. That's dry long snow. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors. When a woman gets in trouble, everybody throws her down. Making her friends, none can be found. You better come on in my kitchen, 'cause it's going to be raining outdoors.
A little bit of Robert Johnson there. Come on in my kitchen. Based on Sitting on Top of the World. And Keith Peterson sent me another $10. Man, you're a generous man, man. I appreciate that very much. That $10 super chat. Thank you very much for that. Sporty Otter says, Here, here, Banjo Boy. I'm into salty old gals of blues myself. Banjo Boy says, You got my snow, I'm sorry. Taylor Langley says, Robert Stotts, there's a couple of places, but it's mainly just bands that play every night. I asked to sit in a couple of times, and they let me, but getting a gig is a different story. Yeah, you probably have to do some cheap gigs, like when you're just starting a band, like, you know, do some favors for some people and shit. Jay Hines says, I'm reading all your comments. Love it. You guys are great. Yeah, got a good chat here tonight. Sporty Otter says, you add to the greatness, Jay. Dennis Troy says, cooking. Appreciate that. Music Blogger says, I never liked the blues till I heard Edward Phillips. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad I could get you into it. Robert Stott says, I hear you, Taylor. Sporty says, right on, Music Blogger. I gotta begin somewhere. Keith Peterson says, nice. I appreciate that. Jay Hines says, don't shake my peaches, don't shake my tree. Come into my orchard, let my peaches be. Talking about sitting on top of the world. Jay Hines says, now she's go wow, 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 wow. And I don't worry. No, I'm sitting on top of the world. Let me back up here and read a few of these comments. Let's see. George Ordway says, February 2nd, this year's Groundhog Day. Yeah. You know, like Buddy Holly died like the day after that, I think. Like February 3rd, something like that. Robert Stott says, hey, Taylor, you ain't got sit-ins, blues jams, where you at? Sporty says, Thursday mornings are my favorite part of these sad weekends, Edward. I appreciate all the time you give us. A whole lot of... Oh, thank you. You're welcome, man. Banjo Boy says, Memphis Minnie, Elizabeth Cotton, great ladies. Yeah, good guitar players. And what else we got here? Hear my mouse wheel? Like squeaking. Jay Hines sends me $5. Thank you very much for that, man. I appreciate that super chat. Robert Stott says, yes, Taylor, I've been lucky over here on all that for years. Gigs over here suck now. I play once a month now. You used to be good out there. Yeah, live music, unfortunately, like probably going the way of the dodo, like maybe next 15 years or so. Shit's been taken over by like DJs and, you know, jukeboxes that play like any song on earth and all that good stuff. So I don't know how much longer like live music in clubs is going to last, honestly. Chet says, if you ever come to Austin, I have a place on the outskirts you can crash. Cool. Yeah, I'd love to come out there. Yeah, Austin, the live music capital of the world. Banjo Boy says, would you say that discovering John Hurt was a big part of the folk revival of the 60s? I don't know what caused the folk revival in the 60s, or kind of late 50s it started, but they did rediscover him, and yeah, he was a part of it. Hang on. Just unplug my fucking camera again. God damn it. Okay, let me plug it back up. I keep kicking it. Ron Swanson says, peaches, no doubt. Dennis Troy says, peachy, sporty otter, smiley face. Dennis Troy times 3. Chet says, 20 acres, man. Oh, cool. I got 12 myself. Jay Hines says, I remember when the DJs took over the early 90s. Oh, it's worse now. Shit. There was a time, like back in the 70s, 80s, like you could play like 5 or 6 nights a week live if you wanted to. Not anymore. They started giving people DUIs and banned smoking in the bars and all that stuff. That kind of sucks now, you know, just like watching a bunch of guys watch football on TV when you're playing. Let's see. Jay Hines says, I read that. George Ordway says, any Led Zeppelin in your favorite in the evening? Mike can do some Zeppelin in a second. Taylor Langley says, I just need to move to a city that has open jams. Austin isn't too far. Yeah, Austin is the live music capital of the planet. That's a good place to go, probably. Sporty Otter says, I think that Hurt at Newport Jazz was important to it. Yeah, banjo, but yeah. Probably like those old Newport Jazz festivals had them blues singers and stuff. Like that had a big influence on the people who listened to those records, like a lot of rock stars and stuff actually that came later. Ron says 3 is better than 1. Jay Hines says, I think everybody's going to always crave and love live music. It'll always come around, always come full circle. It's part of our soul. Maybe. I hope so. Keith Peterson says Primus sucks. I beg to differ, sir. Chet says, just outside of Austin, Lucas Nelson. Ron Swanson says, I sure hope so, Jay. Robert Stott says, yes, Jay Hines, I agree with you. Chet says, higher than I've ever been. Are you smoking up, huh? Dennis Troy says, zip, yep. And Jay Hines says, Ron and Robert. Sporty Otter Pop says, I think so too. I think that retro bars will emerge eventually as a thing because people like live music. I hope so. I mean, plenty of bars who have live music, like a boring crowd, like trying to watch football. Cause the cool people, like who smoke and get DUIs, like they don't go to bars no more. The bar scene's like not what it used to be. So Robert Stott says, 15 years ago, my homie played 5 nights a week at his premium. Those days are gone. Yeah, it's not what it used to be, really. Like the live music scene. Jay Hines says, realness and real music and real people, soul and love will always prevail. Well, I hope so. Banjo Boy says, they talk about their man, my wife can beat me up. My wife can beat me up. Taylor Langley says, Primus is awesome. Ron Swanson says, maybe after AI causes the great reset, we can get back to things that are real. Yeah, I want to do a concert for a bunch of fucking Terminator robots. That'd be fucking cool. It's kind of similar to some bar audiences. Maybe they'll have like some Skynet bars or something. Robert Stott says, agree. Jay lived, worked, played bars in my life. If you know, you know. Sporty Otter says, yeah, that is human nature, Ron. To love new shit and then one day become fond of the past. And the generation that's coming up now, what Zoomers or whatever, they don't really have much music to be nostalgic about. Like all the music they like is older stuff, that we listened to back in the day. So I don't know where live music is going to go. Like the only bands that are making like big money right now are old legacy acts, like old bands from the 70s and 80s and stuff like that. Shovel says log rules. Taylor Langley says a Uber is $40 to go downtown, like a 15-minute drive, so people just get DUI here. Ron says yes, SOP seems that way. SOP seems that way. Jay Hines says, Robert, I get it. I played a lot of bars, 80s, 90s, and the last 10 years. Sporty Otter says, people will get sick of AI and real will become niche. Yep. Hope so. Banjo Boy says, Big Bopper, Jim Croce, SRV plane crash. He did. A Big Bopper died with Buddy Holly, didn't he? Let's see. Sporty Otter says, LOL, with these predictions, I'd be burned as a witch in earlier times. Let's see here. Robert Stott says, We've seen how it goes, Jay. Jay Hines says, Terminator robots, maybe not funny, but true. Skynet. Yeah. I could imagine like 20 years in the future, like playing for Terminator robots, like a bar full of them, and one of them comes up and says, like, like, do you know, turn the page? No. You get killed. Let's see, Chet says, where the fuck is Sarah Connor? Right. Can you play Tennessee Whiskey? No. Banjo Boy says, come on, man. How do they find John Hurt? There were guys like back in the early 60s who were really interested in blues music, and they tried to find everybody who was still alive. You know, they found Son House and and Skip James and John Hurt, like just record collectors, you know, folky blues record collectors back in the 60s went out and found them. Sporty Otter says, I know this story, Banjo Boy. I saw a film narrated by his daughter. Sporty Otter says he was dug up by one of those fellers from New York City who came carpetbagging with a tape recorder. Yeah, that sounds about right. Chet says, I chased down a dude in cowboy boots down 6th Street and realized these boots ain't got shit on shoes for running. Taylor Langley says, can the AI fix these goddamn potholes in less than 10 years? It takes the city to do it. Yeah, right. Got some potholes on my road. LaSoie Boutique says, speaking of Dimebag Darrell and live music, he was just playing a club. My heart goes out to the Dime. I don't think he was just playing a club. He'd been dead for a while, about 15 years probably. Ron Swanson says, no, Iron Man. Jay Hines says, let's see, he says, hang on. Says, crazy, turn the page, haha, you get killed. Sporty Otter says, mine too, Silky. Keith Peterson sends $10. He says, my blues t-shirts, top quality, heavy cotton. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you very much for that. He's talking about one of the t-shirts he bought from me. You know, you go down there in the video description. There's a link down there to my merch. It's got the patented Ed Phillips shot glass here. And it's got my t-shirt, got the same design on it. Jay Hines says the human spirit and soul will always prevail. I hope so, man. We're kind of like living in like the Nietzsche God is dead land right now, like as far as our culture goes. George Ordway says, get someone to sober up and be the... Hang on. Oh. Get someone to sober up and be the designated driver. Back in the day, I got free mocktails. Robert Stott says, oh my God, I hate Tennessee whiskey. Yeah, that's one I got tired of playing real quick. Banjo Boy says, how can I be a fool at the Christmas party? I did the Macarena. Shit. I remember that stupid ass dance. Robert Stott says, John Lomax found all those good guys, made recordings for Library of Congress. Yeah, like of Alan Lomax's son. Yeah, he found a lot of those guys. Dennis Troy says, Keith, thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Keith. Sporty Otter Pop says, Edward, I returned a 25 euro tip this week because it had a note attached about singing in a bra. I returned it saying he confused UB and OF. Damn. Is he doing gigs now and stuff? LaSoie Boutique says, meant to say Dime was playing a club when he died. Yeah, a guy walked up, like, shot him in the fucking head. Yeah. I saw the video. That was kind of crazy. Robert Stott says, Keith Peterson making us broke bitches not look so bad. Respect, Keith. And Jay Hines gives a thumbs up to Keith. Ron says, good man, that Keith Peterson. Chet says, that's our horses. Chet says, they now the way. Ron says, I used to dance to that sort of shit if there was pretty girls around. Yeah, I never was a dancer. I couldn't dance worth a hell. Worth a hell? Is that even a saying? Worth a fuck, I guess. I think it's time for a shot. Me a beer, too. Sporty Otter says, Ron knows I am poor and broke, but gotta keep my pride. Keith Peterson says, thank you. Hey, appreciate you coming by, man. Sharing your generosity with me, throwing me some tips. I appreciate that a lot. Jay Hines says, me too. Cheers, Ed, and everyone. Okay. Ron says, keep on keeping on. That's all we can do sometimes. Yep. Especially in the music business. Taylor Langley says, that hat is badass, man. Where'd you get it? I bought this at an antique store in Thompson, Georgia. Just like an old 70s pimp hat, basically. No brand on it. I couldn't tell you what brand it is. It's not on there. Ron says, one for the ditch. All right. We got the Cuddy Sark Scotch whiskey here, 12-year-old Scotch. And we got some moonshine, some corn liquor. What do y'all say? Pick my poison. George Ordway says, tighten your belt while things get fixed if you need to. Yeah, yep. That's pretty much, yeah. You got to live pretty lean if you want to do music these days. LaSois says, cheers. Sporty Otter says, LOL, one for the ditch. Shovel says, Hendrix hat was similar. Yeah, it kind of is similar to a Hendrix hat. That big brim on it, you know. Taylor Langley says, moonshine. Sporty Otter says, made me suddenly belly chortle. Tone says shine. Sporty Otter says shine. Ron says shine. Okay, I guess corn liquor wins this one. Oh, y'all trying to kill me. Banjo Boy says, I think they just asked and then put him on stage. I agree, he had a lovely, calm voice. Very likable man. He had old, I think he's talking about John Hurt. Taylor says, do you play drums too? Kinda, yeah. Like if you listen to the recent album I did, that's me playing drums on there. I'm not a great drummer, but I kinda play drums. Okay, let's see. Ron says, when did you decide not to use your degree? When I looked around and figured out there were no jobs for that particular degree, like in my area. Which I didn't go to school to like enhance my career opportunities. I went for an education. It was kind of you know, like what do you call it? Just like, I just want to get an education, man. But instead of taking like, you know, basket weaving or something like that, I got like a STEM degree. I got like a math and computer science. Sporty Otter says, yeah, Hurt feels like a soul shaman with how gentle his music vibe was. Sporty says, I find him so classy and dignified, Hurt. Honorable man. Yeah, he could finger pick real good too. Let's do some corn liquor here. Do half a shot. This stuff's like 120 proof. Strong stuff. Where'd I put the top to it? Damn it. There's like so much stuff like scattered about here. And oh, here it is. All right. Tennessee corn liquor from the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. Cheers, y'all. L'chaim. Kimpai. Gonna make the moonshine face. It's good shit. Tastes like street stuff. Woo! Ron says, is it just me or does jazz sometimes sound like a guy carrying a drum set fell down the stairs? You know, I love me some jazz, man. That's pretty much what my Sirius XM radio stays on, like in my Jeep when I'm driving down the road, slipping on ice like I did today. I keep it on the Real Jazz channel. They, you know, play old Miles Davis sometimes, and they'll play some modern stuff. Jay Hines says, dang, corn liquor. Sporty Otter says, LOL, been listening to Mingus again, Ron? Shovel says, don't light a match. Right, yeah. Catch on fire with that stuff. Jay Hines says, hey, did any of you listen to Django Reinhardt or any gypsy jazz? That guy was pretty damn good on the guitar to have like 2 fingers. Yeah, Django Reinhardt. Yeah, very good guy. Tone says, hey, Ed, do you know the song Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys? Yeah. I know the chords to it. I don't know the words. I just, you know, let's see.
Mamas, don't let your babies grow up to be cowboys.
Yeah, just no words. Some of my first live playing was actually in a VFW back in the old days. You know, when they mostly played country at the VFW. Now these days, at a VFW, like they'll let you play like fucking Black Sabbath and rock and roll and stuff because all the old people now are boomers. But back then, it was the old, you know, Korean War and World War II people that they wanted to hear like country and shit around here. So, you know, you played like Hank Williams and stuff. Tone says, cheers. Taylor says, I quenched too. Sporty Otter says, shovel. Tone says, it's got to be hot. Yeah, there's some pretty fiery corn liquor there. Yeah, 120 proof. George Ordway says, you exercised your brain right in front. Tone says, moonshine burns. Yeah, moonshine ain't aged or mellowed or nothing like that. So yeah, it can have some fire in it. What else we got here? Shovel says, hi, old friend. What's up, man? Sporty Otter says, Django is a king for me. That guy could play. Robert Stott says, Django all time, Jay. Sporty says, oh my God, you just made my morning special, Shovel. And he says, same here. Sporty Otter says, Edward, Shovel just came and he's a dear person for me from elsewhere. Oh, cool. Y'all friends and stuff? Chet says, Johnny Lang, where'd he go? Jay Hines says, Sporty Django. LaSois Boutique says, that's hilarious. I got to drop my drums down a staircase. Might make a good, like, experimental jazz tune. And Banjo Boy says, one of your tunes is C Sharp's The Spanish Castle or Robin Trower. I love how those keys relate. Like, on the new album, C Sharp, let's see, might be, Is It Any Wonder? One of those. Jay Hines says, Robert. Yeah, Tone says, good one, Ed. Sporty Otter says, here's a great place. Shovel even earned me a wrench. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sporty Otter is a moderator in here. Keith Peterson says, Les Claypool, bastard, jazz is terrible. Oh, come on, man. Open your mind up, man. Frank Morgendorfer says, Ed, what's your favorite period for blues music? I like the pre-World War II acoustic blues best myself, but it's all good. I can't really decide like whether I like the old pre-war stuff or the electric stuff better. I mean, it's kind of like two different ball games, you know. I don't know if I could pick one over the other. Ron Swanson says, one time I slid down a 12% grade in a 350-ton rock truck over 300 feet sideways back and forth up here at the mine. Ow, shit. That's not good. Robert says, Django was a banjo player. He started guitar with 2 fingers after the Fire True Gypsy. And Jay Hines says, hey everyone, don't forget to hit the thumbs up button. It helps the algorithm. Yeah, if y'all want to help this show get more popular, hit that damn thumbs up button. You know, like subscribe to this channel. Don't cost you nothing. And share this on your social media. I would love that. And Ron says, icy roads. Yeah, we're not used to icy roads around here. There's been crashes like all over town and shit. Jay Hines says, Robert, exactly about the banjo. It's a really good documentary movie about Django. Banjo says, here we go. Sporty Otter says, yeah, we friends. Shovel's my wise digger pal. Cool. George Ordway says, in the evening of your choice. See, Banjo Boy says, I'm from an artsy family and got an edumacation. Now what? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly like when you leave college. You're like, now what? Chet says, Puff the Magic Dragon. There's a folky there. Ron Swanson says, a 1.1 million pound truck plus ice. Yeah, probably not good. Sporty Otter says, now we can hang with a lot less chaos, Diggy, this time each week. Robert Stott says, glad to be allowed to talk to people who actually listen to the music up in here. Respect y'all. Yeah. Kind of is cool to have an audience like this who actually listens to fucking music that's not like top 40 whatever. Like just some of the club audiences around here don't even listen to anything really. You know, you're gonna get like top 40 material they're asking for. Taylor Langley says, Mississippi Delta blues are the best. And yeah, that's some of the best blues there is, no doubt. Banjo Boy says, that dude wrote Puff, the dude that wrote Puff has gone bye-bye. Who did write it? Like Peter, Paul, and Mary? Like, didn't they have the first record on it? Sporty says, amen, Robert. Edwards Place, a great vibe. I appreciate that. Ron says, gotta go, you guys. Great group of people. Good show tonight, Ed. Take it easy. All right, see you later, Ron. You have a good one. George Ordway says, I love nylon strings recorded. Yeah, I love me some classical guitar and stuff. We heard some earlier with Sporty Otter playing a nylon guitar. Jay Hines says, yeah, that'd be a good name for a song title, Icy Roads. Yeah, something could be written about that. Sporty Otter says, see you, Ron, be well. Banjo Boy says, learn the words and come to the Calgary Stampede. Alrighty. Talking about like Puff the Magic Dragon. Dennis Troy says, all ears. Jay says, Ron, have a good night. Robert Stotts says, respect Sporty, good to meet you. Frank Morgendorfer says, everybody on chat needs to share this across all media. Let's get Ed 100,000 subscribers by Xmas. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'm shooting for that. And Ron says, thanks. Yeah, I'm probably not long for this world right now. Might get off of here at like 2:30. You know, been on here since 8:30, so probably won't be long for me. Might smoke this and play one for the road and see y'all next week, I guess. Sitting here stuttering, bullshitting, and drinking. Chet says, appreciate you, Ed. Well, I appreciate you too, man. Shovel says, has anyone picked up one of the new 2025 D28s from Martin? Not me. I'd imagine they're pretty good. Taylor Langley says, could you critique my jam? All right. Have to send me a link. Let me wrench you here. Let me give you a wrench. Add as moderator. Okay, now you can send me a link. So Keith Peterson, $10 says, can I get a random? I'll do that for you when I smoke this cigarette. That'll probably be the last one of the night before I get out of here. And he says $10 in a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. Keith Peterson. Good guy, good guy. Down there in Florida getting snowed on. Appreciate them super chats. Okay, let's watch Taylor Langley, and then I'll play one for Keith, and we'll probably get out of here. See what we got here.
Making music doesn't have to be expensive. Save big on cord, universal audio, roll-in, and
you,
more
Reverb.
on Reverb. From everyday...
The Voodoo Child. That's my kind of shit there. That's some Hendrix stuff. Minute 48. Is that a Strat? Got some great guitar playing there. I like that. Some Hendrix-esque kind of stuff. Yeah, enjoying that. You got more videos on your channel? Alrighty. Let's look this we'll play a little bit for Keith Peterson there. Sent me a super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. We'll play a random song for you. Let's see here. fucking delay on the amp. There we go. All right.
Well, I heard about love giving sight to the blind. My baby's loving cause the sun to shine. Baby, sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby, heart and soul. Love like ours won't never grow. Whoa, she's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby, she's long and lean. Mess with her, you see a man get mean. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby like the finest of wine. Stick with her to the end of time. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby, heart and soul. Love like ours won't never grow. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. A little bit of Stevie Ray right there. Somebody said Purple Haze. All right, do some Purple Haze. Hang on. Purple haze all in my brain. Lazy things don't seem the same. Acting funny, but I don't know why. Excuse me, why I kiss the sky. Purple haze all around. Don't know if I'm coming up or down. Am I happy or in misery? Whatever it is, that girl put a spell on me. Help me. Help me. Purple haze all in my eyes. Don't know if it's day or night. Got me blowing my mind. Is a tomorrow or just the end of time? Help me, baby.
Good old Jimi Hendrix. This thing's glitching on me here. Let me restart this chat. Give me 1 second. Yeah, my computer's working overtime now. Alrighty. Yeah, probably going to get off of here soon. But y'all know where to find me. Next week, same bat time, same bat channel. Right here on YouTube, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday. Let me read a couple of chats here. Let's see what we got here. Sporty Otter says, I have a big plan about Symbiotic Creatives baby steps. Like Dada, you mean like Dada art? Banjo Boy says, thanks again, Ed. See you next bat time. Be safe, warm, and groovy. Keith Peterson says, lately things don't feel the same. Some Hendrix lyrics there. Chet says, king of the $2 craps back then. Shit. First Model T in Texas. Sporty Otter says, feel more lighthearted now than in days. Edward does a great community service. I appreciate that. George Ordway says, PH, good call. I wonder how far he can go back. Smoke on the Water. I played that earlier, actually. Keith Peterson says, Primus Haze. That'd kind of be cool if Primus did a version of that. Sporty says, Primus is in a haze, all right. LaSois Boutique says, woo, Ed. So hot. Jimmy's smiling. By the way, most of the old bluesmen that I saw touring played weird pawn shop guitars and PV amps, or nicer guitars and pawn shop amps. Yeah, like the guys back in the day, like the old blues guys, that they played pretty cheap guitars, like typically. Let's see what we got here. Robert Slot says Johnny Allen Hendrix. Sporty Otter says thank you, Edward, much appreciated. N8 Germ says good stuff as always, Ed. Appreciate that. Sporty Otter says yeah, like Dada art. Talking about like taping the fucking banana to the wall and all, like that kind of Yoko Ono stuff. Johnny B. Good says I missed tonight. Sorry, buddy. I'll catch you next time, my friend. Yeah, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, Wednesday night. Sporty Otter says guitars from the Sears catalog, order by mail. Robert Stott says my two main amps are PV. I had PV amps like when I was younger, like because my granddad thought those were the best amps you could buy, like because the country guys played them back then. And so he bought me some PV amps from a pawn shop. I had a Nashville 400 or something like that with a Black Widow speaker in it. Let's see. Sporty Otter says mixing illustration, original and audio and design in new creative ways. That kind of dada. La Soie Boutique says heck yeah, PV made in Mississippi, USA. But all right. Like I'm gonna leave y'all. Getting cold up in this bitch. Speaking of same bat time, same bat channel. Yeah, Johnny B. Good. Like somebody told me last week, you left me a super chat or something like that, and my stream cut off. My fucking internet fucked up for some reason. I came back with a part 2, but yeah, had an internet problem last week. Sorry about that. Taylor Langley says you play that thing like the ladies say. I appreciate that. All right. But see y'all next time. Y'all have a good one. Same bat time, same bat channel. And I'm out. Peace out.